I don't think so, because it doesn't seem familiar to everyone. Which it should be.
No, this is for us to do. This is for us to do. I need you to have a camera.
Yeah, I got my camera.
Yeah, I need to take a budget because we want to make sure that alteration differences in scene versus most people. Yeah. We just need a doc. Yeah, I just need to just put them all. If that makes sense.
I mean, I might have them in the front. I'll have it.
Makes sense? Yeah. You can come with me, 2 hours. We'll come back and check here.
I think they know.
We will. Yeah,
I check wireless. 5, 1, 2, test 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2.
Can you plug my battery? I have to get it. I just want to make sure it's charged. Thank you. Are you going to need?
So when you guys
Just
use
you.
the web,
Soon recent. Good officer.
I check 1, 2, wireless. I check 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I check 1, 2, 2.
Oh, thank you.
Just 1, 2. Mic 4.
Nice web. Overall.
Just 1, 2.
Yeah, I think so. Looks like it. I'm glad we have the lunch next today.
Just
I
1, 2.
haven't started broadcasting, but yeah. Should I do it now, of course?
I would.
Only 5 minutes, just.
I know, they're like, all we're seeing is dark screen. I'm like, we're fine.
It's because my iris is awfully close.
I check. I check.
I don't know, somebody this morning was tailgating so close, and then they went into your building. I'm like, oh, he's a good driver that works here. Literally like on this main road, tailgating. Like this close getting on the highway. Like, they're telling me, I don't want to hit the like bad drivers.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry to hear that. Who are you? You need to, it was like a gray, I don't know what, Chevrolet or something.
And I don't know.
I mean, literally, it's leaned down into your, it's like, I'm scared. Please don't hit me. I don't know. I'm so cautious because I don't want to rear end anybody, you know, especially if you're slamming your brakes. So, I was scared. Besides that, everything's good.
Interesting way to spend the morning.
Yeah. I'm like, can you just go down?
Yes.
Is there any way to adjust the window? Certain singer probably is not.
We never think about that. So,
Yeah.
the other thing that we can, I was thinking maybe you can use this and then just give one to one other witness, and then you can play here, but if you play here, everybody has to, because you're playing from your computer.
So we should be transmitting right now. Okay.
Test.
Just no audio right now. You can just go to bars, but no audio should be transmitting. They just asked not to shut the camera.
We won't let the jury in until you're ready. But I understood the state had something they wanted to address.
Yes, Your Honor, I just wanted to make sure, I have asked Mr. Larkin to advise Mrs. Kelly of the court's ruling with respect to hearsay of Mr. Kelly, and he told me in the hallway, just understand that Mrs. Kelly doesn't understand what hearsay is. So I had a brief conversation with her where I explained, unless I specifically ask her something that her husband said, she's not allowed to offer that. She seemed to understand, but I think it might be helpful if the court advises her of that. Also, we just discovered that the transcripts that we received from the defense regarding Ron Martinelli's conversations with Mrs. Kelly are not accurate. And so some of them, there are clips that I don't know if I'm gonna have to play them for her, but I may have to play some clips for her from the Martinelli transcript. So I just wanted to advise the court of that.
Okay. Well, I understand your concern. She's a lay witness. She doesn't understand hearsay. We discussed it with Mr. Larkin, her legal representative, and I think you said you talked to her directly as well.
I did in the hall this morning with Mr. Larkin present, just so the court's aware.
So I'm not going to address her individually. I understand your concerns, but it's singling her out as a witness, and I don't feel comfortable doing that. And well, actually, the only time we've had a problem with the witness who's been non-responsive that's caused a problem so far, frankly, has been with Dr. Tim, who yesterday, after an objection had been made, blurted out an answer that had to be stricken, and then did it again. And you can't tell me this is her first rodeo in court. So that was a state witness who caused a problem, and an answer had to be stricken. But I understand your concerns, and we will be vigilant. I'll be vigilant if I'm pretty quick on the trigger for those kind of things, I think, and if that comes up, we'll stop it and deal with it right away.
And just so you know, Your Honor, I tried to resolve the issue with the recordings by sending those 2 days ago to Mr. Larkin, and he advised me that the email that I forwarded to him with the recordings that I received from Ms. Larkin, that he was unable to open, so he did not have his client listen to those. I don't know what the problem was. We were able to open it. They came from Ms. Larkin. I don't know why he couldn't have addressed it.
And if you need to correct her or refresh her recollection, you're welcome to do that with
Thank you.
With the recording. That's appropriate.
Great.
That's appropriate.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. You were all gathering your exhibits. Are you ready, everybody?
We're not, Judge. I still don't have mine. If I could just have a minute to
Sure.
organize. I have a number of exhibits.
Yeah, just let me know, because then I want to make sure they're available for you. Okay, okay.
are, since we're waiting, I think today's the day we're hoping to break at 4, I believe. I think, council, we're breaking at 4 today. To go.
Yes.
Okay, so.
Thanks for letting me know. Good to hear. Ready?
Yes,
All right.
thank you for your time.
No problem. Let's bring in the jurors.
We're gonna have this great.
So if you have to use the audio, is that, Jorge's telling me that's only for Miss Kelly?
Your Honor, I'm happy to, I think it can be played, I think it's legitimate to play it for everyone, and so I prefer to do it that way. I know that Jorge was trying to figure out a way to do it.
We have them up here, we have some headphones, you can play the video here and then she can hear.
But
My preference is to play it for the jury as well, Your Honor.
That's hearsay, Your Honor.
well, it's not the proper way to refresh recollection.
Please rise if you have forward.
Good morning. Everyone, please have a seat. The record will show the presence of all the jurors, counsel, and defendant. We're on the record. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I just wanted to take a moment to talk to you about something. I don't think I've ever done this before. Not a big deal, but I in this particular case, I really just want to acknowledge some of the really hard work that has been put into this case by court staff and others, everyone from law enforcement providing some additional security, cleaning people who come in every night, and all these people coming in and out of the courtroom. Just too many people to name and to say, tell you what they do. I don't want to take up time doing that. I've done many, many trials. I've never had one go as near to perfect as this one so far. Putting aside a little water problem that we had before it was out of our control. But a tremendous amount of work. There's too many people to name who have really put in a lot of hard work to make this trial run as smoothly so that your experience is productive. I set this trial for this time period because we really want to, when we pick a jury, we try and stay away from holidays. It's really hard to choose a jury in holidays because people have travel plans. So I wedged this in between spring break and summer break, and once you have summer break, it's very difficult because people have family and travel plans, and then you get into November and December and all those holidays. So I set it for this time, but there is one person here whose dedication and commitment I really want to acknowledge, and has gone excuse me, beyond the call of duty. The court reporter is here with us. Her family, spouse, children, grandchildren, are all on a beach in the Bahamas. And and when we talked about it, I said, Denise, let's find a replacement, or a substitute. And she said, no, this is an important trial, and I want to be there and do it. It's, like I said, it's above and beyond the call of duty. And yesterday also was her birthday. So while her husband was sipping fruity rum drinks on a beach in the Bahamas, watching grandchildren and children frolic in the ocean, she was eating dinner alone last night at a local restaurant. So really, it's, and what birthday was that, Denise? 34, 35? 34, right? All right. She's not on the roll. So, we all pay a lot of taxes, and I don't like where a lot of my tax dollars go. A lot of it's wasted. I'm sure many of you feel the same way. But every once in a while, as a taxpayer, it's important for you to know that your money is well spent. And it's been very well spent. All the work these people have done, and particular acknowledgement and thanks for the dedication and commitment that the court report showed. So with that, thank you, and the state can call us next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Wanda Kelly.
Good morning, ma'am. If you would step forward here to the clerk. She'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Thank you. If you would come over here, come around here and step up to the witness, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mrs. Kelly. Could you please tell the jury your full name, and could you spell your middle name and your last name for the court report?
My full name is Wanda Corral Kelly. And did you say spell the last name?
If you'd spell the middle and the last name for the court reporter so she can take it down.
Okay. Corral is C-O-R-R-E-L-L. Kelly is K-E-L-L-Y.
Thank you. And I see you struggling a little bit with that microphone. Let me see if I can help you so you don't have to lean forward like that.
But I can't hear you, man.
You can't hear me in the microphone?
No, when you were standing back there, no.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
If I put the microphone a little closer, that works a little better for you?
Yes, it does.
Okay, great. Mrs. Kelly, you're married to the defendant, Georgia Allen Kelly, is that right?
Correct.
53 or 54 years?
It will be 54 in August, so it's 53 right now.
53 years. And Mrs. Kelly, how do you usually refer to your husband?
How do I refer to him?
Right. His name is George Allen Kelly. How do you refer to him?
We call him Alan.
Alan.
Because his dad's name was George. So to separate the two, they called Alan.
So if the jury hears you refer to someone named Alan, you're talking about your husband. Is that right?
That's right.
Now I want to talk to you a little bit just about the background, your background, before we get started with the events of this case. If I understand correctly, you and your husband grew up in North Carolina, is that right?
Correct.
And then you married after college?
We married after college.
And then you moved to Tennessee for a bit, correct?
Correct.
And then from there, you went to Montana and you opened the fishing and hunting lodge, right?
Well, not right away, but we did eventually open that in Montana, yes.
Okay. So, and then y'all had a fishing and hunting lodge there for a number of years.
Yes,
is that
we
right?
did. Yes, we did.
And you have 2 sons?
2 sons, yes.
And one of your sons is named Matt Kelly, is that correct?
Yes.
And both your sons helped you with that hunting lodge when y'all were in Montana, correct?
Correct.
Now, at some point, you ended up in Arizona, is that right?
Correct.
When did you come out to Arizona?
Well, we came down for a visit in Probably 93 or 92, because I had always wanted to move to Arizona. I read a book about it when I was in the 3rd grade and said that's where I'm going. And so we came down and looked at places, and we eventually bought a place in 97.
And that was out in Elgin, is that right?
Yes,
And you lived out in Elgin, and then you ended up moving over to Keno Springs, correct?
correct,
And it was the golfing that took you over to Keno Springs, correct?
correct.
You and your husband, you'd refer to yourself as golf addicts back in that time frame, correct?
We did.
And the first property you purchased is not the property you're on now, is that right?
First property we purchased was over in Elgin.
In Keno Springs.
Oh, in Keno Springs. No, that is not the property we are on now.
And that was a property that had 4 parcels, and they were each about 40 acres, right?
Correct.
And folks that was over in the village in Keno Springs?
The reserve.
The reserve. And then y'all decided that didn't give you quite enough privacy, is that right?
Correct.
And then you traded that property for the property you have now at 100 Willow Cross Circle.
Objection,
Correct.
leading.
I mean, overruled. I think this is just beginning foundational, so objection.
Yes, then we did that.
Am I holding it?
How are you doing, Mrs. Kelly? Are you hearing all right? Because we have devices that we can use.
Well, she speaks softly.
How are you doing?
And
Can you hear all right?
I do all right with my hearing aids if she speaks into the microphone loudly.
All right, well, if you have a problem, let us know, because we have some other options.
Okay, thank you.
Now, back in January of 2023, you and your husband had some cattle, is that right?
In January of when?
2023.
2023.
A month
We
that
have
was-
cattle, yes, we have cattle.
Okay, and you had that cattle not on your ranch, but over in Sonoyta at the time.
That's correct.
And that's because y'all were having a drought on your property, correct?
Yes, we had a drought.
But you have some other animals that you keep on your property, is that right?
Yes, we have a horse.
And do you have other household animals?
Well, we had horses and cattle before the drought.
Okay, but I'm talking about in January of 2023, what animals did you keep on your property at that time?
Oh, Gary Wisdom would have had some cattle on there.
And that was just 1 or 2 cows, is that right?
I think it was 3.
Okay, and then did you keep other animals in your house?
Did I keep what?
Animals in your house?
Yes, my cat.
Okay, your cat, and did your husband have some dogs?
I'm sorry?
Did your husband have some dogs?
Oh, yes, we have dogs.
How many dogs do you have?
Right now we have 4.
And back in January of 2023, how many dogs did you have?
2.
And I want to show you now what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 114. If I can have the screen. Do you recognize this aerial photograph of your property?
Yes, I do.
And does that accurately depict your house and your property?
Yes.
I'm showing you now what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 115. Do you recognize that?
Do I recognize what?
Is that an aerial photograph of your property?
Yes.
And that includes your house, your barn, and 2 pump houses, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And now I'd like to show just the witness an exhibit. And Mrs. Kelly, I'm showing you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 129. Are you familiar with the outline of your parcel, like what your property lines look like?
Yes, a little bit.
Does that look accurate?
Yes.
Move for admission of State's Exhibit 129.
No objection.
Exhibit 129 is admitted.
Move to publish. Ma'am, is this an outline of your property line?
As best I know.
And you have a fence around the exterior of your property, correct?
Correct.
And just so that the jury has a little bit of orientation, could you show us on this map where your house is? And if you, I know this is a little bit tough, but there's a screen right here. If you take the stylus that's right here and you touch right here, it'll give you a color.
That's correct.
Right here in the corner. And then if you just circle where your house is. Okay, great, thank you. And now could you also circle where your barn is? And there's a little pump house not far from your barn, is that right?
There is.
Do you see that on the map? Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Kelly. Now, you talked about a couple of horses that you keep on your property, is that right?
Yes.
You have one horse now,
Yes.
and what's your horse's name?
Sunny.
I'm showing you now what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 120. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, that looks like Sunny.
Okay, and I'm gonna apologize to Sunny for the next photograph from 120 because it looks like they caught Sunny a little bit indisposed. But is this also a photograph of Sunny?
Yes.
And would you describe Sunny as a skinny horse?
A skinny horse?
Right.
Not really.
You can see his ribs in these pictures, is that right?
Yes. Yes, I'm sorry.
And Sunny's how would you describe Sunny?
He's a 29-year-old horse.
And does he have a color or a type? What do you call him?
A color or a type?
Did you tell me in a meeting that we had previously that he's a red roan?
He's part Arabic horse and part quarter horse, I believe it was.
Okay, you didn't tell me he's a red roan?
I may have called him red, like a roan.
Okay.
But he's not a red roan.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sorry.
No, that's okay, no problem. And so, but you'd agree that he's red in color, correct?
Yes, yes.
And he's got some white coloration on his forehead, correct?
Correct.
I just want to ask you a couple of questions about your husband first. Now, I believe since December of 2021, has your husband patrolled your property with an AK-47 and a handgun?
Since when, hon?
December of 2021.
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that a normal place for him to keep his AK-47 is the coat tree by the front door, correct?
That was the place for several years, months. He moves it off and I don't keep up with it.
At one one point you told me that that was the normal place for him to keep it, correct?
That was in the beginning.
And Mrs. Kelly, the officers asked you, the officers collected your cell phone in this case, is that right?
Yes.
And we asked you for the passcode for your phone, and you refused to provide it, is that correct?
I don't think I remember it. I only had the phone about 2 months.
But I asked you for it, and you told me you refused to give it to me, is that right?
Right.
And you'd agree with me that some important events happened in this case using your iPhone?
Your Honor, I object again to waiting.
Your Honor, can we have a bench conference about that?
Well, I think you asked the question.
Okay, sure. Mrs. Kelly, did you and I talk in something called a deposition?
Yes.
And did I ask you for the passcode for your phone?
I think you did.
Your Honor, asked and answered to the passcode.
Perhaps I forgot which question I had just asked when I got interrupted, Your Honor. I apologize.
Interrupted.
All right, well, I think everyone's a little lost at this point.
I think
Let's start again. Sure. Question. So objection sustained, but let's start.
Thank you. I think, I'm not sure where we were in the questioning when we, a second ago, but I asked you, and I want to make sure I understood, you indicated that I asked you, you agreed that I asked you in a deposition for your passcode, is that right?
Correct.
And you refused to provide that to me, correct?
Correct.
Now I want to turn now to the events of January 30th of 2023. Before anything happened that day, what were you doing?
Just the normal clean up the kitchen after breakfast, empty the dishwasher from the night before, laundry, just normal things.
Okay. And Your Honor, if I could ask the detective to bring the whiteboard over for me.
Your Honor, may I realign myself to the side to watch?
So, okay, you were doing regular household chores that morning, and then, what's the next thing that happened? What were you doing just before your husband came in that day?
I think I had finished eating my lunch. I was in the kitchen.
Okay, and did you have your cat somewhere nearby?
Oh yes, my cat's always nearby, but she likes to lay on the back of Alan's chair. So I go in there and rub her.
So were you playing with your cat that day?
I did that day, but I don't know at what time you're talking about.
I'm talking about just as Alan's coming in the house that day in the afternoon.
I was not rubbing the cat when he came in, no.
Okay, what were you doing?
I had finished my lunch. I guess I was cleaning up the kitchen.
Were you watching TV?
The TV was on, yes.
And what were you watching? What were you watching?
I think Fox News was on. It's on, but I don't always watch. I just hear.
And you had that on what volume?
Probably, I don't know how you say it, but it was probably about 20 or 25 out of 100.
Did you call that a medium volume when we talked?
Yes.
You had Fox News on, and then at some point did Alan come in?
Yes, he did.
And what did he come in for?
He came in to have lunch.
And you remember what he had for lunch?
Yes, I do. It's a strange sandwich. Peanut butter, mayonnaise, and pineapple.
And just before the events of this case happened, where were you standing?
Well, when he came in to make his sandwich, I asked him if he needed any help. He said no. So I went into the living room and started playing with my cat.
So at this point, you're in the living room playing with the cat.
Yes, I am.
And where is Alan?
He's in the kitchen at the, it's not the island, but there's a bar. It has an opening that you can see from the kitchen into the living room. And he was making his sandwich there and looking at the news, see if anything had happened.
So he's standing there eating his lunch at the island, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. He was eating his lunch at the counter.
Can I approach the witness? Are you handling it?
Yes.
Mrs. Kelly, I'm going to show you a series of photographs marked as State's Exhibit 123. Could you take a look at each of those photographs? And then when you're done, just let me know that you've reviewed them.
I recognize these.
Do each of those photographs accurately depict either the interior or the exterior of your house?
Yes.
Your Honor, move for admission of State's Exhibit 123.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 123 is good.
Permission to publish? Mrs. Kelly, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 123G. Is that one of the photographs I just showed you?
Yes.
And does that photograph show from the exterior of your house looking at the east side of your residence?
Yes. No, it's not the east side.
When you come out the patio, is that the
Yes,
east patio?
Yes, it's east. It's east.
And I've it looks like there's a red circle around two of the windows. Could you tell us what those two windows are?
The two windows to the living room.
And it says living room windows on the slide. That would be accurate, correct?
Correct.
So when you said you were in the living room that day, would that be the area of the house, just so the jury has an idea of where you were that day?
Yes.
I'm showing you now what's been marked as and admitted as Exhibit 123H. Is that one of the photographs of the interior of your living room?
Yes.
And I see two windows in this photograph. Are those the windows we were looking at from the outside in the previous picture?
Yes.
I'm showing you now Exhibit 123C. Is this another photograph of the interior of your living room and those two windows?
Yes.
And I'm showing you now Exhibit 123B. Is this another photograph of your living room?
Yes.
As in boy.
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
I'm sorry?
So I see a tan chair. Is that a recliner?
The tan chair, the big one, is a recliner, yes.
Okay, and then there's a brown chair on the left. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And then I see a letter F through an archway. Can you tell me what we're looking at through that archway?
That is the opening into the hall. And, excuse me, if you go to the right, once you pass that opening, you go out a door to the patio area that we saw earlier. If you go left, you go back to the bedrooms. And also you can see an opening where my office is.
So straight ahead, that's your office area.
Yes, the little opening where you can see through, see the big opening and then the little opening, and my office is right there.
Okay, so the first archway is to the hallway, and then the second archway that's a little bit to the right, that one goes into your office.
Correct.
And then what's past your office back there?
My bedroom.
Is that the master bedroom?
Yes.
And is there also a door from your master bedroom out onto that patio we saw a minute ago?
Yes.
So you have two doors out to your east patio, correct?
Correct.
And then where is the kitchen from this photograph? If you're looking at the photograph, which way, right or left, would the kitchen be?
Left.
So directly to the left in this photograph is your kitchen?
Correct.
I'm showing you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit and admitted as State's Exhibit 123A. Could you tell the jury what we're looking at now?
This is my living room and the opening into the kitchen.
And what is this wall here that has the letter B on it?
That's the wall, that the refrigerator's on the other side of that wall.
And is that wall between your living room and your kitchen?
Yes.
Showing you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 123D as in dog. Where is this photograph?
It's standing in the living room, looking into my kitchen.
So that wall we were looking at, that doesn't go all the way through, it's got a cutout, is that fair to say?
There is a cutout, yes.
And is that a counter that is between your living room and your kitchen?
Correct.
And then in the background, is that the kitchen that we're seeing?
Yes.
And on the left in this photograph, is that the kitchen island you were talking about where Alan was standing making his lunch?
No, he was not standing at the island. He was standing right here at this opening.
Okay, so you believe he was standing at the counter at the opening?
Yes.
We'll get to that in just a second, but let's go on to the next photograph. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 123E. And what is this a picture of?
It's my kitchen and dining room.
And is that just the opposite view? You can see the cutout for the counter in this photograph, sort of in the middle on the, sort of to the right, in the top of the photograph, is that right?
I'm sorry, would you repeat the question?
Sure, that was a terrible question. Let me ask it again. So, can you see the cutout that we were just talking about, where the counter is between the living room and the kitchen?
Yes, you can see the cutout.
And that's sort of toward the top middle of the photograph, right?
It's to the left of the refrigerator.
That's helpful, thank you. And then to the right of the refrigerator, is that the doorway or the opening between the kitchen into the living room?
Correct.
Now, Mrs. Kelly, I think this is 123H. Is this also a photograph of your living room?
Yes.
And I think we already covered that one, so. Showing you now what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 123F. And is this another exterior photograph from your east, looking at your east patio?
Yes.
And the red circle, is that circling the windows?
Yes.
And the blue circle, is that your east patio door?
That is the patio door, yes.
And then to the right of that, is that your master bedroom door that we talked about a minute ago?
Yes.
So when Alan was standing at you say the counter, is that right? Having his lunch?
Alan was standing at the counter having his lunch.
And you're in the living room, is that right?
Yes.
And then what's the next thing that happened?
Alan said, "Wanda, be quiet." And he said he started coming from the kitchen into the living room where I was. And then he said, "I just heard a shot." And me, being curious, I was standing behind that light gray big recliner, and my cat was right there on the back, and I was rubbing her. And me being curious, I stepped over to my left and looked out the window. And I saw two men with big backpacks. They were dressed in...
I'm going to stop you for a minute because I'm trying to write this down while we talk, okay? So you said that Alan told you to be quiet and that he heard a shot.
Yes.
And then you said you looked outside, you went to the living room window.
Yes.
So I want to make sure I know where you were in the living room. I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 123B. And can you tell the jury where you were standing when Alan said this to you?
Behind the light brown chair. My cat was lying up on the top.
So the one that's on the right, more forward in the picture?
Yes.
All right. And then after Alan made that statement, where did you go?
I walked to the left behind the dark chair and looked out the window.
And which window did you look out? Let me get the picture up for you of both windows. And I have State's Exhibit 123H for you. Can you tell me which window you were looking at?
The one on the left of the TV.
And what did you see when you looked out that window?
I saw two men walking. They were dressed in dark camo or light camo, I can't remember. What stood out was the fact that they had these big brown backpacks on them, and they were carrying rifles.
So you say two men, big brown backpack. And you said rifles, is that right?
Correct.
And what else did you observe? Did you say camo?
The camo, I'm sorry, I can't remember exactly the color. It just happened so fast. The only thing that's glaring is the fact that they were dressed alike and that they had these backpacks and guns. I didn't pay attention to the color of the camo, I'm sorry.
And you said they were walking, is that right?
Yes, they were.
And they were walking parallel to your residence, right?
Correct.
You never saw them walk toward your house, right?
No, because once I saw them.
Let me just stop you.
Okay.
And you never saw them point a gun at anyone or anything of that nature, correct?
Correct.
And then after you saw these men walking parallel, what distance were they from the residence?
I'm sorry, couldn't hear you.
What distance were they from the residence?
Well, they were actually close, and I can remember telling you that they were about a football field away, but that is incorrect because I haven't been on a football field in 34 years. And the only ones I've seen are on TV. And on the aerial thing of TV, I'm looking, well, it could be about that far. But that's what I told you.
And what distance do you think they are?
After measuring it, they were 100 feet.
Now, after you looked out the window, what's the next thing you did?
Alan said, call Border Patrol. So I had my phone in my hip pocket. I took it out, walked to the refrigerator where I have the Border Patrol's number, dialed it in, started walking over toward where Alan was, and while the phone was dialing and ringing.
So you called Jeremy on your iPhone, is that right?
That's correct.
And you said you handed that phone to Alan?
Yes, I did.
And where did you hand it to Alan?
At the patio door. It was still inside.
So we're looking at State's Exhibit 123B. And I think you told us that if you go through that archway and turn right, that's where that patio door is, correct?
Correct.
So you handed him the phone while he was still inside the house. And did he talk to Jeremy at that point?
He did.
And then after he talked to Jeremy, what did he do with the phone?
He handed it back to me.
And after he handed it back to you, what did he do next?
He went outside.
Did he have anything with him when he went outside?
Yes.
What did he have with him?
His AK.
How are you doing, Mrs. Kelly? If you need a break, let us know, okay? All right.
Thank you.
Very well.
And Mrs. Kelly, what do you recall about the AK?
A green strap. Don't recognize rifles from each other. I just know that his had a green strap on it.
And Mrs. Kelly, I'm going to show you what's previously admitted as State's Exhibit 34, image 4637. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is that Alan's AK with the green strap?
Yes.
And that's the gun he had with him that day, is that right?
Correct.
And I just want to make sure I'm clear. Before Alan went outside, you never heard any shots, is that right?
I did not, no.
Once you saw Alan go out the patio, east patio door, where did you go?
I went and stood in front of the TV so I could not see out either of the windows.
And I'm showing you again, State's Exhibit 123A. Is there a TV in this photograph?
Yes, it has a horse picture on it.
Okay, and so is that TV that you're talking about the one in between those two living room windows we've been talking about?
Yes.
So you stood right there, is that right?
Correct.
And then after you went to the east patio window, what did you hear?
After I went to the east patio window, when?
Sorry, that was a bad question. When you said you saw Alan go out the east patio door,
Correct.
and you walked over around and you're standing in front of the TV, what's the first thing you hear?
I heard gunshots.
And where were the gunshots that you heard?
Very close.
Did you believe that was Alan's gunshots?
Yes.
And how many shots did you hear?
I don't know, I didn't count. 5, 6. That was not a priority.
And when you heard those shots, what did you do?
I just stood there, frozen.
And what did you assume those shots were?
I assumed they were Alan shooting up in the air.
And why did you assume that?
Because that's what he does when he knows there are trespassers close. He shoots up into the air as a warning, you're close enough, go home.
So you heard 5 or 6 shots, and was that his AK or his handgun?
I don't know the difference.
Is one really loud and one not quite as loud?
Well, they were really loud because
Okay.
he was just on the other side.
So you heard 5 or 6 really loud shots, just the other side of the area where you were, is that right?
Correct.
And do you know where Alan was standing when he made these shots?
I did not see where he was standing, but when he went out the patio door, as I was closing it, I saw him go toward the right side of that paved area.
would that have been somewhere near the living room windows, or would that be the other direction?
Near the windows.
Okay, so were you able to see him from where you were?
If I had looked out the window, I could have seen him.
But you didn't look out the window, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. And after you heard those shots, what did you do?
Well, when the shots stopped, I just stand there. I'm afraid to look.
At some point you did look out, is that right?
I did. I walked to the left window from in this picture here, it'd be the right window in a red circle.
Okay.
But inside, it was the left window. I looked, and he wasn't lying on the ground. So I said, "Thank you, Lord." And then I went and looked out the other window.
And what did you see when you looked out the other window?
I saw Alan and his dogs walking down the dirt path right there where his trailers are parked, headed down towards the wash in the barn.
Okay. And is that the direction that you saw the people headed?
I didn't see the people head anywhere.
When you told me a minute ago that you looked out the window, you saw them walking parallel to your house. That would have been in the southeast direction, correct?
Correct.
And that's the direction your husband headed, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever see the two men walk toward the house?
Would you repeat that?
Did you ever see the two men walk toward your house?
No.
Did you ever see them point a gun at anyone?
No.
When Alan went out on the back patio, did you ever hear him say anything?
Did I hear him say anything?
Correct.
No.
The only shots you heard when he went outside were Alan's shots, is that right?
They were close. I don't know that's the only ones, but yes.
Didn't you tell me in a deposition that the only shots you heard were Alan's shots?
I told you that in the deposition that the shots I heard were very close, so I assumed they were Alan's shots.
Okay, and you don't remember telling me specifically the only shots you heard were Alan's shots?
I can't guarantee that. I can't say that under oath that it actually was the only shots fired. I just know I heard the ones close to my house.
All right, we'll look at the transcript in a minute if that'll help you refresh your recollection. But you don't have any reason to believe those shots were anybody's shots but Alan's, correct?
Correct.
Larry, could you turn off the screen, please?
Are you done with the easel temporary?
Yeah. Now, Mrs. Kelly, I want to talk to you about some of the statements that you've made in this case. You've made a number of statements, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You talked to Agent Heredia on January 30th. After this happened, law enforcement came out to your house, right?
Yes.
And you talked to a Border Patrol agent named Heredia, and if you don't know his name, that's okay.
I don't know their names.
Okay. And then you talked to two different deputies that day as well, is that right?
There was a man and a woman.
And you talked to, there were actually 4 deputies out at your house that met up with you, There was a man and a woman, and then there was a separate man and a woman, correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Sure. So there were quite a few deputies at your house that day, right?
What time?
At the first occasion that the deputies came to your house, there were a number of them, correct?
At the first occasion when they came out, I saw 2 deputies, a man and a woman and 2 border patrols.
So you don't remember talking to a man and a woman, and then later talking to a different man and a different woman?
No, I don't remember that. They probably all look the same.
And then at some point after that, you spoke to Detective Ainsa later that night, correct?
Correct.
And then you've actually spoken to a defense investigator named Ron Martinelli on 3 separate occasions, correct?
3?
Yes.
I don't know how many times, but yes, I've talked to Ron Martinelli.
So you may have spoken to him more than 3 times, is that right? He's been at your house a number of times.
Yes, doing investigations.
And you also participated in 2 separate depositions, correct?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Sure, you also participated in 2 separate depositions, correct?
With whom?
With me.
With you, yes.
Now I want to talk through your statements that you gave over the course of that period of time, specifically with respect to how many people you encountered that day. Now, when Border Patrol first got there, you told them that there were 5 people. Is that right?
I don't remember telling them anything.
Okay.
On the number of people, I just told them where the people had been walking.
So I'll show you a copy of the agent's report about what you said to him, and we'll see if that refreshes your recollection, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, I would object using someone else's report as a reflection to refresh her memory. She wants to state it, but she's not the author of this report, and that officer wrote the report, and so I don't know how that's going to help her. That's just what he wrote.
We'll see whether it helps her or not. The objection is overruled. Anything can be shown to a witness for purposes of refreshing recollection. So the objection is overruled. So we're going to follow the proper procedure for this. You can show the witness whatever it is you want to show her, the things you identified for purposes of trying to refresh her recollection. And you retrieve those exhibits and ask the question.
Should we went to mark the state exhibit 53, if you could take a look at the first paragraph here of Agent Ferrettia's report.
And Mrs. Kelly, the witness, when you're done reviewing that, just tell us that you're done reviewing. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. refreshed your memory?
No,
So you don't remember talking to Agent Heredia that day?
I do not.
And then you spoke with, one of the deputies that day as well, or you said you recalled speaking to at least 2 deputies, is that right?
I remember there was a man and a woman, deputies there, and 2 border patrols.
I'm gonna show you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. And this is Deputy Castaneda's report. And if you could start with this paragraph here and read the last 2 paragraphs.
Same procedure, okay?
I'm finished. And has that refreshed your recollection?
No, I don't remember any of that conversation either.
You don't remember how many people you told the deputies you saw that day?
I saw 2, that's what I told them.
But you don't remember telling the deputies something different?
No.
I'm going to show you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1.6. This is Deputy Monreal's report. And could you look at paragraph number 4, please?
I'm finished.
And does that refresh your memory?
No, I do not remember that conversation at all.
You remember telling the deputies 2 people, is that what you said?
2 people.
And that's what you told the agent as well?
That's what I told you mean the border patrol agents?
Right.
Yes.
So you
I
believe,
saw 2.
you believe you told them all you saw 2 people?
That's correct.
And so if they all have something different, they all say, you said 5, then they've all gotten it wrong?
Yes, because I saw 2. Alan said he saw 1. Now, I don't know how the 5 came into that.
Okay. And so you don't know how Agent Heredia, Deputy Monreal, and Deputy Castaneda all got a number of 5 from you?
I do not know how they got that number.
But you'd agree with me that that's what their reports indicate, correct?
Yes.
I'm having a little trouble with my computer, Your Honor, if I could have just a second.
And would you say that the men you saw, were they all armed?
The two men I saw were armed.
And you'd agree with me that you told Deputy Castaneda that that not all of them were armed, correct?
I don't know about anyone but the last two. I don't know how these deputies got 5. I don't know how I never saw 5.
Do you recall telling Deputy Castaneda that not all of the people were armed?
It was in his transcript, but I do not remember telling him that because I never saw but 2.
But you'd agree that that's what his report indicates, correct?
That is what his report said.
Now, you also talked to Detective Ainsa that night, and we'll talk about the events in between a little later, but I want to talk about the statement that you gave to Detective Ainsa. Now, Detective Ainsa, you did tell him 2 men with huge backpacks, is that right?
Correct.
And what kind of weapons did you tell him that you observed?
They had rifles because they were long, not pistols.
So you told him something specific, didn't you?
That they were carrying them in front of themselves parallel to the ground?
Did you tell him what type of weapons specifically?
I don't know specifically. I just know it's a rifle.
Do you recall telling Detective Ainsa that they were carrying those AK-47?
I probably told him they could have been carrying them because I don't know the difference from a distance. A rifle, a BB gun, or an AK.
Mrs. Kelly, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16. Could you turn to page 5, please? It's the transcript of Detective Ainsa's interview.
I'm on page 5.
And could you go to lines 3 through 20 and read those?
I'm finished.
Okay, and was that accurate, Mrs. Kelly? Did you tell Detective Ainsa that they were carrying those AK-47 things?
I said they were like AK-47 things because they're a long rifle. Yes, in that report I did say it's like AK-47s.
Counsel, I think this is a good time to take a mid-morning recess. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury will take our mid-morning recess. It's 10 to 10. We'll be back in 30 minutes at 10:20. Recess.
We rise to the court.
to show you a slide, and you tell me if this accurately summarizes what we just talked about, okay?
Okay.
Oh, well, let's
No.
show it to her first. It's not an exhibit, it's demonstrative. Are you looking at the slide, Mrs. Kelly?
I am looking at it, yes.
And did we talk about a statement by Heredia, where he says you told him 5 people with long arms and rifles?
I couldn't say there were 5 people. I never saw but 2.
But you say you told him 2, correct?
He says I told him 2. I don't remember telling him no, he said 5. I don't remember telling anyone that there was 5,
Okay.
because I saw 2.
And then the same with Monreal, right? You
Correct.
say you told him 2, but he says 5, correct?
Correct.
And then Castaneda, he says you told him 5 people and you say 2.
And I say 2.
And he also said you told him not all of them were carrying rifles.
I don't remember telling him anything, so therefore,
So you disagree with that?
I disagree with that.
And then you'd agree with me that you told Detective Ainsa 2 men with huge backpacks and those AK-47 thingies, or like those AK-47s.
Correct.
And then you told Martinelli the same thing, 2 men with dark brown backpacks and long rifles.
Correct.
And then we just talked about the 2 depositions. So that accurately summarizes what we just talked about, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, move to publish just for demonstrative purposes for the jury.
I'm gonna object, Your Honor. It's inaccurate document. 1, this witness has denied these statements, and they're being posted as if they've been said with this witness. 2, it's not quoted properly with Ainsa, that it was like something. It's not saying it was something. That's not reflected on here, so I feel this is misrepresentation.
Your Honor, I believe that it's appropriate impeachment of the witness. I've impeached the witness. She's agreed that that's what the officers say. She denies telling the officers that, so this is appropriate impeachment. And it's just a summary for the jury to look at so that they can see them side by side.
The objection is sustained.
All right, Mrs. Kelly, let's move on to the distance and the direction from your house that you made the observations. I'm sorry, if you could move the screen, please. Thank you. And I want to talk to you next about where it is that you told the officers that you saw the subjects. So when the Border Patrol first arrived, you told them that you saw the individuals, the 2 people you saw, south of your property, correct?
Not south.
Where did you tell them?
I saw them east of my property.
Okay. So did you tell us a little while ago southeast, walking southeast?
Walking southeast.
And then when you talked to Detective Ainsa, we talked a little while ago about you saying that you believe they were 100 feet from your property. Is that right?
Repeat the question, please.
Sure. When the men were outside your house and you looked out your left living room window, you said they were 100 feet from your house when you testified earlier. Is that right?
Today I said that, yes.
And you previously told Detective Ainsa 100 to 150 yards, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree that 100 feet and 100 yards is pretty different, correct?
Correct.
And you told Detective Ainsa that the men were just walking parallel across your property, correct?
The 2 I saw, yes.
And you also told him when you were talking to them, you gestured left to right. They were just walking parallel to your property, correct?
Correct.
And then on March 9th of 2023, you talked to the defense investigator, Ron Martinelli, right?
Correct.
And when you talked to Mr. Martinelli, he also asked you to estimate how far east the men were from your living room windows. Is that right?
Correct.
And you told him that you'd have to think about which golf club you use, and that after you thought about that for a while, you said 100 to 120 yards.
I did, but I never played golf very well.
But you actually moved to Keno Springs.
I
because
did
of the
move
golf.
to Keno Springs for golf. I was addicted to it, but I was never very good at it.
I think that's probably true of a lot of folks. But you did tell him you were guessing which club you would use, and then you told him 100 to 120 yards.
Yes, and that would have been my 7-iron.
And then you told him, you talked to him again 2 times on April 5th of 2023, and you didn't change the distance at all, correct?
Correct.
And it wasn't until July 5th of 2023 that in any recorded statement, you changed the distance where you said these men were, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also made some different statements about the number of shots you heard. Is that fair to say?
I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to. I told them 5 or 6.
When the deputies and the Border Patrol came out to your house the first time that day, you never told them it was Alan's shots you heard, did you?
I don't recall.
You don't remember if you told them it was Alan who was shooting?
I don't remember if I told them the shots I heard were Alan's. I'm sorry.
Do you think that would be an important detail?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you think that would be an important detail?
If they would have asked.
Your Honor, I object to argumentative.
Sustained.
Would it have been important information for the officers to have as they were searching the property to know who had shot their weapon that day?
I don't know.
Okay. And isn't it true that when Deputy Monreal was there that day, you told Deputy Monreal you couldn't remember what happened, that maybe it was 4 shots?
Objection, lady.
Sustained.
I'm going to show you again Deputy Monreal's report. Could you take a look at that?
You want me to read the whole page?
I just want you to read the portion that's relevant to the question I asked.
Okay.
You just let me know when you feel comfortable. true that you told Deputy Monreal that you heard 4 shots?
I'm gonna object to leading.
She can answer. You can answer.
I was not counting. My husband was out there facing these guys with guns. And you think I'm gonna stand there and count how many times I hear a shot? You're crazy.
Mrs. Kelly, I'm just asking you if that's what you told him.
I did not tell him 4. I told him I saw 2. That's all I saw.
We're talking about the shots now.
Now the shots. Well, I did say maybe 5 or 6 later, but I don't know.
Isn't it true, Mrs. Kelly, that you told Deputy Monreal that you believed it was 4 shots?
I don't remember talking to that deputy, so I don't remember telling him 4 shots.
So you disagree with his report?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'm objecting. She said she didn't know and remember talking to him, so she can't testify to him.
And you said that you couldn't tell them apart. You couldn't tell them apart. Is that right?
Couldn't tell what apart?
The deputy.
No, I could not, except that one was a lady.
So you don't know which ones you spoke to, or
No,
if you
I do
spoke to
not.
the same, different ones?
I don't know if I spoke to same ones, different ones. The only 2 I remember is Detective Linza and Barbara.
But you spoke to the deputies that day, right?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Now, you also spoke to Deputy Castaneda that day. I'm going to show you his report. This is State's Exhibit 1. Could you take a look? And you gave Deputy Castaneda a different answer with respect to what you heard. Is that right?
Okay, what was your question?
My question is, you gave Deputy Castaneda a different answer about what you heard that day, right?
I don't even see in there what he said I heard. I'm sorry.
Let me take you to the line. You'll look at the last paragraph, and it's in the last line, and then you can flip over to the next page if you like.
I see what he says.
And you gave him a different answer than you did to the other deputy, didn't you?
If they remember it differently, then yes, I guess I did. All I ever said was I saw 2. I don't know how many there were. I didn't see the others. I saw 2.
We're talking about the shots right now. And you
And
told
shots, I don't remember the shots. I don't know whether I told him 4 and him 5 or 6. What? Because it's irrelevant. I mean, he shot. You found the things, but what does it matter if I remember 4 or 6?
Ma'am,
Ma'am?
Can you answer my question, please? Did you tell Deputy Castaneda that you were confused about what you heard?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to asked and answered.
Repeat the question.
Sure. Didn't you tell Deputy Castaneda that you were confused about what shots you heard?
I hope so.
This is
I
an
don't know.
objection. She's testified before I was. She's answered that question before.
Okay.
Not what she told the deputy. She's made it plain that she was confused.
let's move on to your conversation with Detective Ainsa. You met with Detective Ainsa that night. We talked about that already, correct?
Correct.
And when you spoke to Detective Ainsa, you talked about the incident at length. Is that right?
I don't remember at length. I answered his questions.
And when you spoke to Detective Ainsa, the first time you went through your story, you didn't say anything at all about Alan shooting at anyone, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, when the detective asked you for it, the Ainsa interview, page 7. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16. If you could turn to page 7, please. And if you could look specifically at line 9, please.
What?
If you could look specifically at line 9 and 10.
Line 9, okay.
9 and 10.
Okay, I've read line 9 and 10.
Okay. And did you say to him, and what did your husband do after he, and he's asking you what he did when you went outside, and you said he was watching him and then he followed him. I'm sorry, and he said, and what did he do outside? And you said he was watching him and he followed him. Is that right?
Correct.
So at that point, you didn't tell him at all about Alan shooting. Is that right?
Correct.
In fact, it wasn't until the detective told you that your husband had already admitted in an interview that he shot that you talked about
Objection,
Alan
lady.
shooting, correct?
Stay when I ask the questions.
When was it that you told Detective Ainsa that your husband shot his weapon during that interview?
I do not know.
Was
I don't
it-
know what specific time or question or whatever.
Okay, so let me just back up a little bit. So my question to you was, you didn't tell Detective Ainsa initially when you told your story that your husband had shot his weapon, right?
Right?
And then later in the interview, you did tell him that he shot his weapon. Is that right?
Yes, I guess.
And what was it that happened that Detective Ainsa told you that caused you to tell him that your husband had shot his weapon?
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fair. At some point during the interview, you admitted your husband had shot his weapon. Is that right?
Yes.
When did that happen? Was that after the detective confronted you with something?
I don't know.
If I showed you your deposition, would that refresh your memory?
Let's hope so.
Do you still have Exhibit 16 in front of you?
Ma'am?
Do you still have Exhibit 16 in front of you?
No.
Or did I take it back? Okay, I'm going to ask you to turn to page 18, please, of State's Exhibit 16.
You said page 15?
18.
Okay. on page 18.
And actually, if you could start with page 17. Would you read all of page 17 and page 18 to yourself, please, ma'am?
Okay, I'm finished.
Thank you. And did Detective Ainsa tell you that your husband had been interviewed and admitted to shooting?
Admitting to shooting up in the air.
That wasn't my question, ma'am. Did
Okay.
Detective Ainsa, I know it can be a little complicated, but did Detective Ainsa tell you during the interview that your husband had been interviewed and admitted to shooting?
I don't understand your question. You say he admitted to shooting, but are you trying to ask me what he was shooting at or anything? I don't understand your question.
No, it's not a trick question. I'm asking you what Detective Ainsa said to you in the transcript that you just read. The transcript you just read, did Detective Ainsa tell you that your husband had been interviewed and that he admitted shooting?
He admitted at the shooting, yes.
Okay, and then after that, is that when you told him that your husband had shot warning shots?
Yes,
But you didn't observe your husband shooting, you just heard it, correct?
I just heard it.
And then when Detective Ainsa asked you how many shots that your husband shot that day, what did you tell him?
I don't know.
Could you take a look at page 18?
Your Honor,
He asked me only
hold
one
on,
shot.
Excuse me, sorry. Hold on. Thanks.
I just want to make a prediction that we're going into 404B, and I just wanted to make sure that it's relevant only to this, but not to historical.
Well, I have no idea what's on the transcript or what she's looking at, so let's go on past that, Sarah, and discuss that. If you can stand up.
tell Detective Ienza, well, I heard a shot, so I assume so. And he asked you, only one shot? And you responded, I don't know. And then he asked you, you don't know? And you say, and he says, okay, I did know there was one. Is that what you told Detective Ienza?
Yes.
Now then, about 5 or 6 weeks later, you talked to Ron Martinelli on March 9th of 2023. We talked about that, correct?
Correct.
And when you talked to Ron Martinelli, you told him that you heard 5 to 6 shots. Is that right?
I suppose. I don't know.
Would you like me to show you the transcript?
Yeah.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 125, which is the March 9th, 2023 transcript of an interview with Ron Martinelli. And could you please turn to page 7? And this is a single-space transcript without lines, so I'll try to help you get to the right spot. If you go about 2/3 of the way down the page, and you're welcome to read the whole page if you like, but about 2/3 of the way down the page, it starts with, Wanda, if they're shooting, it's gonna be bad. You don't wanna watch it, I heard shots. Do you see that line?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that help you?
Yes.
Can you tell me how many shots you told Dr. Martinelli?
5 or 6.
Thank you. And what did you tell Dr. Martinelli about those shots?
What do you mean, what did I tell him about those shots?
Did you tell him where they were with respect to where you were?
Where they were in respect to where I was?
Sure, let me explain that a little better. When you told Dr. Martinelli about the shots, did you tell him how close they were?
I told him they were close, yes.
Okay. And after the shooting that you heard, that you assumed was your husband out on the patio, you didn't hear any more shots that day, is that right?
Correct.
And you only heard Alan's shots on the patio?
I only heard the close shots, if that's the only one shooting, and then I heard 5 or 6 of his shots.
And you told Ron Martinelli that in that March 9th interview we were just talking about, right?
Yes.
And then we had a deposition, like I said, on July 5th of 2023, is that right?
I don't remember the date, but you and I have had several talks.
Okay, and I'm talking about the first talk. During that first talk, you gave me a different number. You told me, we talked about the 5 or 6 shots, is that right?
I don't recall.
Did you also tell me that it could have been as many as 9 shots that day?
I don't know, but it could have been as many as 9.
Showing you Exhibit 27, and if you could turn to page 101, please.
101.
Is the deposition? And ma'am, could you read read to yourself lines 1 through 4. And did you tell me on that date it could have been as many as 9 shots?
Finished.
And did you tell me that it could have been as many as 9 shots during
Yes,
that
I did.
deposition? Now, during your interview with Detective Ainza, did the detective at one point ask you, actually, we'll get back to that in just a minute. I want to go back to what happened after you saw Alan walk down the road. And I forgot to ask you something earlier. When you handed the phone to Alan at the east side patio door after you called Jeremy Morcell, did you overhear that conversation?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember indicating that you did not hear the call to Jeremy Morcell?
I'm sorry, you'll have to repeat that question.
Sure. Do you remember telling us you did not hear that call to Jeremy Morcell?
No, I do not remember telling you that.
Okay, we'll find that reference in a minute for you. While my co-counsel is looking for that, we'll move on. And I asked you about Alan's AK-47 that day, but you told me earlier that he normally wears a gun on his hip as well. Is that right?
Correct.
And he had that gun on his hip when he went outside that day as well, didn't he?
Yes.
And after Alan went down the road, a little bit later, that's when law enforcement started to arrive at your house. Is that right?
Repeat it, please. I'm sorry. I don't
Sure.
understand you.
Sure, I want to go back to where we were earlier. We were talking about how you looked out the window and you saw Alan walking down the road.
Correct.
You didn't see any people at that time, right? Just Alan.
Just Alan and his dogs.
And he was walking down the road, you said.
Yes.
And after he went down the road, at some point law enforcement arrived at your house. Is that right?
Yes.
And you talked to those officers we just talked about a few minutes ago, Agent Heredia and the 2 deputies that you don't recall, but you remember talking to Border Patrol and the deputies that day.
I remember I saw the Border Patrol out through the window. I opened the door and I said they were walking over there. Alan's down at the barn.
And after that, after you spoke to them, then you received a phone call, is that right?
After I spoke to them, I received a phone call, not that I know of.
Was it before you spoke to them? Did your husband call you at some point that day?
He called me, and it was before I spoke to the Border Patrol, because he called me and told me he was at the barn. Tell the Border Patrol I'm down here.
And when you talked to him that day, he told you, what did he tell you about which direction the people went?
He said he couldn't tell where they went. He just went to the barn.
And did he tell you where it was that he lost sight of them?
No.
At some point, did he tell you they went to the wash?
No.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Exhibit 49, which is a transcript of our second deposition on February 15th of 2024.
And what page, please?
If you could please turn to page 58.
Question?
My question was, when your husband called you, did he tell you where it was that he lost sight of them?
He did not tell me where he lost sight of them. He just said he did not see them, which way they went.
And where were they when he didn't see which way they went?
At the wash.
So he saw them to the wash and then he lost sight of which direction they went when they hit the wash. Is that what he told you?
Correct. That's correct.
At some point that day, after law enforcement were there, did Alan come back up to the house before law enforcement left the first time they were there?
Did he come to the house before they left? Yes.
Yeah. He actually came back to the house with the Border Patrol, is that, and the deputies, is that right?
He came back walking and the Border Patrol, I don't know who was with him.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's
I
okay.
didn't observe it.
That's okay, no problem. He came back to the house while law enforcement was still there the first time they were there.
Yes, yes.
And when he came back to the house, did he have his AK-47 with the green strap with him at that point?
Yes.
Do you know where he put it inside the house?
No.
And when he came back to the house, he talked to law enforcement while he was there at the house. Is that right?
Correct.
And then at some point, law enforcement leave.
Correct.
And then it was a little bit later that you all are talking about what you're going to do for dinner. Is that right?
Correct. I asked him what time he wanted to have dinner.
And what did y'all decide?
I can't remember now if he said 5:30 or 6. But it was some in that time frame.
Okay. And then what did he need to do before he had dinner?
He was going out to feed the horse and the dogs.
And did he leave the house?
He went out of the house, yes.
Did he take his AK-47 with him on that occasion?
No.
And when he went outside to feed the horse and the dog, did he come back?
Yes.
How quickly did he return?
I don't know.
Was it quicker than you expected him to return?
Yes, because I didn't expect him to be in until I had dinner prepared.
And what did he tell you when he came back?
When he came back, what?
When he came back to the house, what did he
Yes.
tell you?
That the dogs found a dead body.
And do you recall Deputy Ainsa asking you if your husband came back in after he went out that second time?
Now, Ainsa and I have a disagreement on how many times, what time is what. The first time he came in was when he made his sandwich. The second time he came in was, let's see, what was the second time? He made his sandwich and then they went down and he walked down to see if everything was okay at the barn. So he came in, that was the second time. And then when he went out to feed the horse and came back in, that was the third time. So he says, what did he tell you on the second time? The second time's when he came back from the barn.
So, Mrs. Kelly, would you disagree that you deliberately told Detective Ainsa that you did not know that your husband had found a dead body on your property?
I did not tell him that. He just asked me, did I know why they were there?
I'm going to show you again what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16, please. And could you please turn to page 15, line 11?
You said page 15?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the timing on those questions and answers is not right, but I have read it.
Okay. Detective Ainsa asked you, did your husband ever mention to you what he discovered the second time he came back to the house?
The second time he came back to the house was after it was with the border patrol and the police. And he didn't tell me he found anything.
Let me stop you for just a second. I'm asking you to look at the transcript and see if I'm reading it correctly, okay?
Okay.
Can you take a look at the transcript? Just let me know if I read it correctly, all right?
You can read it correctly, because I can, but the timing is wrong.
Okay, so I'd like to go through that with you, okay? All right. Did Detective Ainsa ask you, did your husband ever mention to you what he discovered the second time he came back to the house? Is that what he said?
That's what Ainsa said, yes.
And then did you say to him, no, he went out to feed the horse and the dogs, and he came in and I asked him what time he wanted to have? No, he was inside with me. I don't know. Well, he was we're doing stuff on the computer. Yes. And then I asked him what time he wanted to have dinner, and he said, oh, about 6 o'clock. He said, I gotta go out and feed the horse and the dogs. And the detective says, okay. And you say, and so he went out, and then he didn't come back, and then you all showed up.
Your Honor, I'm objecting. We're just reading from something that's not entered into evidence, a narrative, and it's not, I don't know where it stops as far as any refreshing of a question. So I'm going to object to the hearsay.
This isn't refreshing recollection. This is impeachment. The witness said she did not say that, and I'm impeaching her with the transcript. The transcript doesn't have to be omitted for me to impeach her with the transcript. apology. You still have that transcript in front of you, is that right?
I'm sorry?
You still have that transcript in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, the question I had for you is, when you met with Detective Ainsa, isn't it true that you never told him that when your husband went outside to go feed the dogs and the horses, that he came back in and told you that the dogs found a dead body?
Repeat the question. I don't know when you say I told him what.
Sure. Well, let me just back up a little bit, okay? So I'm sure,
Okay.
because there was a long pause in between, I want to make sure we know exactly what we're talking about. Now, you testified a little while ago that you had some conversation with your husband about going outside at 6 o'clock, or having dinner about 6 o'clock, and that he went outside to feed the dogs and the horses. Is that right?
Yes,
And he came back pretty quickly and told you the dogs found a dead body.
correct.
And my question to you is, when you talked to Detective Ainsa, isn't it true that you pretended not to know that your husband had come back in and that the dogs had found a dead body?
No, I did not pretend not to know. He was asking me, when my husband came in the second time, what did he say he found? Second time my husband came in, he talked to the police on the front porch. He came in, he watched the little TV, he took a nap. I was doing stuff on the computer. Then he says, I've got to go out and feed the dogs and the horse. I said, what time would you like to have dinner? About 6 o'clock. I said, oh good, I got time to finish something on the computer. So he went out, but came back after he found the dogs discovered there was a dead body there. And he told me the dogs found a dead body, but that was the third time he came out, so that's why the order is incorrect.
So, Mrs. Kelly, that's not what the transcript
Let's
says,
ask a
though,
question.
correct?
Well, the transcript was...
Ask questions.
Did the detective ask you, did your husband ever mention to you what he discovered the second time he came back to the house? Is that what he asked you?
That's what he asked me.
And then did you respond, no, he went out to feed the horse and the dogs, and he came in, and I asked him what time he wanted to have. No, he was inside with me.
That's
Can I
where
finish?
I messed up.
Okay.
I gave Ainsa the wrong timeline. Alan was inside with me after the detectives all left. He was doing something, I was doing something, and then he says, I gotta go feed the dogs and the horse because it's getting late. I said, what time would you like to have dinner? He said 6 o'clock. So then he left. And that's when the dogs found the dead body.
And you say that to Detective Ainsa during the interview, correct? You say
No,
to him,
I read the transcript. I gave him the information out of order.
you said to him, and then I asked him what time he wanted to have dinner. He said, oh, about 6 o'clock. He said, I gotta go out and feed the horse and the dogs. And you said, okay. And then the detective says, okay. And then you say, and so he went out and then he didn't come back. And then you all showed up. Is that correct? Did I read that correctly?
Yes. Because he didn't ask me if he came back in after he fed the horses and the dog. He didn't.
Okay. But your statement said, he said, I gotta go out and feed the horse and the dogs. And so he went out and then he didn't come back. And then you all showed up. Is that what you told the detective?
That is what I told him.
And then the detective continued to ask you if anyone had told you what was discovered at your property, and you told him no. Is that right?
He said, has anyone told you? And I assumed, which is a bad thing to do, anyone is any of the police officers that are out there roaming around and talking to my husband. And none of them told me what they were doing, why they were there, until the young lady came to take me to the car.
But at first you told him no, right?
Yes.
You told him no one had told you what had happened on your property.
Because no one had. Alan had, but no one had. Police officers did not. They didn't tell me why they were on my property. They didn't tell me what they were looking for. And I'm not going to just jump in and say things.
Mrs. Kelly, didn't you then tell the detective that only that, yes, who was it? The lady female police officer, she said something about they found a dead body. So I knew that.
That's how I knew that. She was walking me to the car.
But that was after you told him you didn't know anything at all, correct?
The timeline's all out of whack. I'm sure I don't understand. That night was so confusing. I could have told you that the sun rose in the west because I was so mixed up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for getting angry.
Mrs. Kelly, I just have to ask you, is there some reason why you felt you needed to hide what your husband had found that night from the police?
No, I did not feel anything reason to hide anything.
You didn't tell the police about the fact that he had discharged his gun until they told you he'd admitted it, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't tell them that he told you he'd found a dead body, correct?
Correct. I'm sorry, Judge, I'm losing my temper.
Would you like to take a break?
No, not unless it's lunchtime. We'll wait it till my lunchtime. I'll just try to control myself.
Now, Mrs. Kelly, I want to talk a little bit about your hearing aids. Is that okay?
About my hearing aids?
Yes.
Okay.
So, as I understand it, you had your hearing aids in that day, is that right?
Correct.
And you told the detectives that your first one went out at 6:30 or 7, and you were still at the house and you put that on the charger, is that right?
Correct.
And then your second one actually went out later that night when you were at the police station, correct?
Correct.
And at one point you actually told Ron Martinelli that you didn't have your hearing aids in that day on April 5th, correct?
He asked me and I told him I didn't think I did.
And then you corrected that, is that right?
I corrected it because he said that Detective Ainsley said you had them in. I said, well, if Detective Ainsley said I had them in, I had them in. That night I would have known whether I had them in, whereas 3 or 4 weeks later I might not have remembered because they were not working properly.
Now, you never told Detective Ainsa that there was any functionality problems with your hearing aids, only that they didn't always work as well as you'd like, correct?
I'm sorry?
You never told Detective Ainsa that there was any functional problem with your hearing aids, only that they didn't work as well as you'd like. Is that right?
They didn't work as well as they used to, no.
Okay. And then you never told Ron Martinelli on March 9th that there was any kind of functional problem with your hearing aids. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Would you like to take a look at your transcript?
No.
Have you reviewed your transcript?
No.
You haven't reviewed it?
No.
So let me just show you this file. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 125. And this is your first interview on March 9th with Ron Martinelli.
Okay.
And do you recall talking to him about your hearing aids on that date?
Which page was I supposed to look at?
I haven't referred you to a page yet. Do you remember on this occasion talking to him at all about your hearing aids?
I remember he asked me if I had them in. I told him I couldn't remember, and I do not know if I explained to him why I couldn't remember, because they were malfunctioning. I got new ones replaced, and
That was on April 5th that you had a conversation about your hearing aids, correct? That wasn't on March 9th. Is that right?
ma'am, I'm so confused on dates. I don't know what date you're talking about. I don't know what happened on that day.
Okay, so the first time that you met with Ron Martinelli, that he recorded you, when you gave him a lengthy explanation of what happened on this date. That's the one I'm talking about for now.
Okay, so that was March 9th?
That's right.
Okay, see it on the transcript.
Do you see anywhere in that transcript that you talked to Ron Martinelli about your hearing aids?
Your Honor, I'm going to object unless she wants to reference an area. This is pretty voluminous for her to read in court. We got pages of full text. And
Your Honor, I provided this in advance to her attorney, Mr. Larkin, so that she could review it in advance of today.
without any questions specific, so she could review those topics.
Mrs. Kelly, you've reviewed.
Regarding the hearing aids, is there a particular place that you can direct her to where those items are discussed? That would expedite.
There isn't, Your Honor, because she didn't discuss any problems with her hearing aids on March 9th. She's telling me she did. I'm asking her to tell me where it is.
No, she's not going to read the whole transcript here in the court. So the justice says.
On April 5th, you had some conversations with him about your hearing aids, and you told him at that time that you had your hearing aids in when you talked to him on the first occasion, correct?
Repeat that, I'm sorry, you
Sure.
lost me.
April 5th. So we're talking about the next occasion that you talked, or one of the other occasions that Ron Martinelli recorded a conversation with you.
Correct.
And that day, that's the day you told him you had your hearing aids in, correct?
I don't know what day it was. I remember he said to me, "Did you have your hearing aids in?" I told him I didn't remember. He said, "Detective Einza," he came back later and said, "Detective Einza said you said your hearing aids were in." I said, "Well, if my hearing aids were in that night and I told Einza they were, then they were."
And when you had that conversation with Ron Martinelli, you never told him anything about any problems with your hearing aids. That's what I'm asking you. Is that correct?
Probably. He probably didn't ask.
And you didn't tell him either in April, is that right?
Right.
Now, Mrs. Kelly, I want to go back to the beginning, January 30th of 2023, when you were in the house and Alan had gone outside and you started to hear shots. Did you ever call 911?
No.
Did you ever go around and lock the doors and windows?
No.
Did your husband ever come back inside before he headed off southeast towards the people to check on you?
No.
After you heard him shooting as they
After he was shooting and I looked out and saw him walking down, he had not come back in.
And he left you there alone and hadn't checked on you, is that right? He called me from the barn. But he left you there alone,
Yes.
and before he left, he never checked on you, is that right?
He didn't, no.
And you have a handgun, is that right?
I had one, yes.
And did you go and get your handgun at that point?
No.
And and that's because you didn't think you needed it, is that right?
I just didn't think about getting it.
Did you,
Alan was outside. He was taking care of me, and I did not need to get my gun out. I did not think.
did you tell me during a deposition that you didn't think you needed your gun at that time?
I don't know.
Mrs. Kelly, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 49, and I'll give you a page reference in just a second. Ma'am, could you please turn to page 58? Actually, it starts on 57. If you'd start on page 57.
Okay.
Just at the bottom of the page, and then you can go over to page 58, please.
Okay. I'm at 57.
Could you read the bottom 4 lines and then go over to page 58 and read the top 3 lines?
Okay, how far did you want me to read?
Just the top 3 lines. Are you there?
Oh, okay, I read the top 3 lines.
And did you tell me during your deposition, I had a weapon if I'd been in the house alone and thought I needed it? And then I asked you, but you didn't think you needed it? And you said, not at that time, no.
Not at that time, no. Border Patrol was on their way.
So that's when your husband had left after shooting and was walking down the road. You didn't feel you needed a gun, is that right?
No.
In fact, Mrs. Kelly, you didn't believe these men that were 100 to 150 yards from your house meant you any harm, is that right?
Repeat the first
Your
part.
Honor, I'm going to object to waiting.
Did you believe that these men meant you any harm, the men that were passing by your house?
I was terrified. I don't know that they meant me any harm other than to scare us to death.
Well, did you tell
But they were carrying guns and backpacks, so yes, I was afraid.
So that wasn't my question. My question is, do you think they were there to cause you any harm, or any harm to your property, or any harm to your husband?
I wouldn't have any idea.
Well, when Detective Ainsa asked you that question on on that night, you told him you didn't think they were there to cause you any harm or any harm to your property. Is that right?
Sweetheart, I could have told him the sky was purple that night. I'm sorry. I was all messed up.
Show you again what's been marked as State Exhibit 16. And could you turn please to page 20, starting on line 16. And did Detective Ainsa ask you, you let me know when you're done reading, sorry.
I see what he asked me, and I see my answer, so what's your question?
My question is, did Detective Ainsa ask you, do you think these men were at your house to cause any harm to your property, to you or your husband, or they were just walking by? And your response was, I would say they were walking by. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I have one more reference that we talked about earlier that I just need to follow up with you on. And I had asked you if you heard the conversation between your husband and Jeremy Morsell, is that right?
You asked me, yes.
And you said that you did hear that conversation, is that right?
I heard the conversation at the door. When I initially made the call, I heard that conversation.
Okay. Showing you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 27. This is a copy of your deposition on July 6th of 2023. You can hand me that other one back. And if you could turn please to page 89, or I think it starts on page 88. What is it that you heard of that conversation between your husband and Jeremy Morsell?
What I heard my husband tell Jeremy Morsell on the phone when I handed it to him was, we have people out here on our property, they have guns, I heard a shot, and I'm going out.
And that's what you remember?
That's what I remember.
And did you tell me during that deposition that you only heard a few things during the conversation?
That was a few things, wasn't it? It was just the entire conversation, a few things.
Okay. So you actually heard the whole conversation?
Correct. At the door, yes. Now, when he called Jeremy Morsell the second time, I never heard any of that conversation.
Okay. That's all I have for you. Thank you. Oh, wait. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I guess I'm not done. Thank you. That's all I had, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. Counsel? take our lunch recess. We'll be at recess till 1:30. Please be back in the jury room at 1:30, and we'll continue with the examination, cross-examination of the witness by the next. The schedule for this afternoon will be as follows. We'll take our afternoon break at the usual approximate time of 2:45. I think we'll just make that break a little shorter because we're only going to go to 4 o'clock. More or less 2:45 to 3. We'll take a break and come back and finish up at 4 o'clock. That's the anticipated schedule. Any questions about that from the jurors? Very well, thank you. Okay, defense can bring witness back on the stand. Defense can begin its cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. All right, I'm gonna try to use this speaker, and then if I go out there any reason and you can't hear me, let me know and I'll grab the same microphone, okay?
Okay, thank you.
While we're talking about hearing, let's just get that cleared up real quick. Mrs. Kelly, do you mind if I call you Wanda?
You may call me Wanda.
Thank you. We've had a chance to talk a few times, correct?
Yes,
And I got hired and came out to your home and viewed everything, is that right?
correct.
Okay, so you've had a chance to talk with me, tell me your story, things like that, right?
Right.
All right. Now, let's talk about the hearing since that was an issue throughout this hearing so far today. In reference to back then, we heard testimony that at a certain time you thought one of your hearing aids might have ran out of battery, correct?
Correct, it said low battery.
Okay, and then later, the other one, later into the evening, you thought that's when that one also went out, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's after you had a chance to realize and remember that you did have your hearing aids in, correct?
Correct, well, one.
Okay. What I want to talk about though is after that incident, okay, did you realize that your whole hearing aid had a defect at that time?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
The charge, when it was working, the charge would hold for 12 hours. And then the charge, when it says charged fully, it would only hold it for about 6 hours. But also, I did not have quality of hearing, so I got in touch with the hearing aid company and they sent me a new pair.
About what month was that?
I think I got in touch with them the end of March and they sent me the new ones in April.
Okay. Does that account for some of the reasons why you were having a hard time hearing things that maybe your husband was hearing?
Yes, because now with these new hearing aids, I can hear things outside before he does. I'll say, is that a car out there, or is that a helicopter? And he'll say, I don't know, don't hear. So now my hearing's much better than his.
Okay, but during the time preceding this case, there were a lot of things your husband was pointing out to you that you were not hearing, like your cat meowing or whatever.
Correct. My kitten would meow. She'd be in the bedroom, and I would be in the living room, and I just sit there, and Alan said, well, your cat's crying. I said, oh. And so I get out and go see
what's going on.
What was going on, yes.
Okay, so, but at the time of this incident on January 30th, you didn't realize how bad you were hearing or not hearing, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and everything you're saying is truthful, right? You did get this replaced.
I did.
Question, Your Honor, calls for the witness to vouch for herself. She asked her if she's truthful.
It was in question earlier about
Just re-ask the question.
everything that you're talking about in reference to your hearing right now is truthful, correct?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Is what?
Hold on.
Same objection.
All right, objection's overruled.
Go ahead. So you're explaining this truthfully to the jurors now.
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
And so there was a little bit of testimony earlier about whether you talked about it or didn't talk about it. Sometimes, is it true, when you're not hearing, you don't know that you're not hearing?
That's correct.
If you can't hear it, you can't report that you're not hearing it, right?
Right.
Okay. But even though you got better hearing equipment in your ears now, are they in right now?
Yes, ma'am.
You still have some difficulty hearing, right?
Right.
I mean, you've had to ask numerous times to repeat something in order to hear it.
Correct.
And it helped when she had a speaker on closer to her mouth and you were able to hear better.
Correct.
Okay. And of course, if there's something I say that you can't hear or don't understand, please let me know, okay?
Okay.
So even though hearing aids are not the most perfect thing, doesn't give you perfect hearing ability, does it?
No.
Okay, but it is a tool to assist in hearing better.
It is helping me hear better because without them, I don't hear much at all.
Okay. And do you believe that could account for the reason why you didn't hear the first shot?
I'm sure that's why I didn't, because now I can hear thunder in the distance and say, Alan, there's thunder, and he was like, oh, so that's why I did not hear that shot.
Okay, and we'll get back up to that. I'm jumping a little ahead, but I wanted to direct that to the hearing portion of everything. So let's go back a little bit and talk about a little bit more about what the state brought up was some of the history of the two of you. You met out of high school, is correct?
We met in high school.
All right, and Wanda, just for the court reporter, let's both, I'm very bad at it also. Wait, I know you're predicting what I'm gonna say, and I do the same. So let's be very careful to pause so her job is easier, okay? All right.
Yes, and I apologize.
Okay, and I will apologize in advance too, because I'm sure I'll do it. So you met in high school, so you're high school sweethearts.
Correct.
And you've been married for a lot of years. How many did you say?
53 to be 54 in August.
That's older than a lot of people that are in this room, isn't it?
Maybe.
This, I imagine, being married to someone that long. How long did you date?
4 years.
So almost 54 plus 4 is like almost 58 years you've been with around this man.
That's correct.
Okay. And I would imagine that this whole thing is very stressful.
It is.
Okay. You know what the charges are, right?
Yes, I do.
What is the charge?
2nd degree murder and assault. Harassment. Something.
Aggravated assault. Okay, and you know that's very serious.
Yes, I do.
And back on January 30th, when people were being arrested, you knew it was very serious then too, didn't you?
Yes.
And is it true that you wanted to cooperate, but on the other hand, this is your husband?
That's correct.
I mean, I imagine you must be torn.
I didn't hear that.
Thank you for asking. I would imagine you must be torn.
Yes, I was.
Between wanting to cooperate with the law, is that in your nature to want to do that?
Yes.
And protecting your own husband, correct?
Correct.
Now, you could have protected your husband and said that they came in with guns and lied about it. You could have, right?
Yes.
But you didn't do that, did you?
No.
Did you try to tell the truth to the best of your ability?
Yes.
But as being a little bit older, being more confused between your hearing and just what was going around you, the stress, you think you did the best you could?
Yes.
Okay. Well, was there anything you were hiding?
Hiding? No.
Yeah, of information.
No information I was hiding.
And you weren't trying to be deceitful to anybody?
No.
Okay. But you weren't perfect?
I was not perfect.
Okay. And part of it is because, tell me if this is true or not, part of it is because you learned about things as they progressed versus what you were able to see, correct?
Correct.
All right. So in other words, you learned about the first shot through the phone conversation with your husband, Alan, and Jeremy, the Border Patrol guy, that you got the phone for, right?
Correct.
And you heard there was a shot fired.
I heard him say that.
So he's reporting it.
To Jeremy,
Right.
yes.
So when you testify, there wasn't a, was there something? No? Okay. When you testified that there was no shot that you heard, it wasn't because you didn't know about it later or seconds later, but it was, you could only testify to truthful information.
Correct.
To what you know.
To what I know and saw.
Okay, and you will continue to do that as we talk.
Yes.
Okay. So going back, you've been married that many years, and then you said you got married after college.
Correct.
What was your degree?
Elementary education.
Did you go on to become a teacher?
Yes, I did.
What, just briefly, but what age group did you mostly teach?
Well, I was very fortunate to teach in Hardin, Montana, and it was a 3-room schoolhouse. There were 2 teachers, one through 3 and 4 through 6. And I was fortunate enough to be able to work with the other teacher in, because I'm not very good at math or distances, and she loved math, so she taught math and I taught reading and English.
So this would be elementary level up through 6th grade?
Correct.
Okay. They still have schools that small?
I'm sorry?
1-room schoolrooms?
Well, it was, there were 3 rooms. She had a room, I had a room, and then there was the lunch room, recreation room.
Pretty small. Okay, and then what did Alan get as far as a degree?
Alan's degree was in biology. He had all kinds of courses because the plan was he wanted to be a veterinarian and go on to vet school.
And so he was like a pre-vet major, biology major, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Did he get any more advanced education after that?
No.
Okay. And what hindered his plans?
I told him, I guess it was about April, after we were married there in August, and I said, I'm pregnant. And so our plans had to change because back in 1970, you could not teach school if you were pregnant. You could not substitute. If you were showing, you could not have a job. So therefore, he had to support us because the plan was for me to teach and him to finish his education.
So what did he go on to do for his work at that point in time?
Well, then he was hired by the Fish and Wildlife Service, and he was a fishery biologist.
Okay. And how long did he work in that position?
Oh, let me think. He retired, he quit that in 81 and he started in 71. So how was that? 10 years?
Okay.
I
And
do
what,
do math.
what state was that?
It was, we were in North Carolina at the time.
Okay.
And then he got, his job was in eastern Tennessee, out of Gatlinburg. He was in the Smoky Mountain National Park.
That's where he performed those duties?
Yes.
Okay. And then what created the next change? What did he do next?
Well, the state Supreme Court declared that the Bighorn River did not belong to the tribe, but belonged to the state because it was a navigable river. So now it's state property and he doesn't have a job. They wanted to move into an office and that would have never worked for him to be in an office. So he got his outfitter's license and he would take fishermen on the river and bird hunters.
Okay. So now you're in Montana.
Yes, this was in Montana.
Okay. And so your dream at first was like he gave tours or guided tours of fishing for people that came up there and bird hunting.
That's correct.
Okay. And then ultimately you saved your money and opened up a lodge?
Correct.
Okay. When he brought people out to hunt, was he a big advocate of teaching safety with guns?
Yes, he was.
And he would, tell me about that real quick.
Well, he would have them out in front of the lodge, maybe doing some kind of target practice or whatever to make sure that they knew how to shoot. And then he was also very strict about telling them not to shoot at anyone, but to shoot at the birds. And so that was basically his duties.
Okay, so as he gets in the groups, he went through that with each one to assess their ability and safety ability?
That's
of the-
correct.
Okay, careful, let me finish my sentence. All right, and, but you two made a pact. After so much time, you wanted to address your dream, and what was that again? You wanted to move here?
The reason I wanted to move here,
Well, you told him from the beginning, you could do this for so long, right? And then you wanted for him to commit and let you have a chance to live in Arizona, is that true?
true,
Okay, and so at some point in time, did that happen?
yes, it did.
Obviously, you're here now.
Right, I
Okay,
got my wish.
so he basically said, if you let me do this for so long, I will let us move to Arizona for your wishes.
Yes, and we first just came here in the winter, because
Okay.
Montana winters are cold.
Well, you found your way as south as you can get because you noticed there was snow in the Arizona northern parts, right?
That's correct. We were looking for property and we went out toward Prescott, beautiful country, but they had snow. I said, Alan, I'm not leaving Montana to come to the Arizona snow. I want it warm.
Okay.
So that's
And
where
hence-
we ended up here.
You're at the bottom of the state.
Yeah.
Okay. And so this particular piece of property, you've owned for how many years now?
Which property?
The one you're on now?
The one we're on now, we purchased in 2001. And we still had our home in Canella, but we would, come over here and spend weekends and stuff. And because we had a trailer, RV that we could drive over here and spend weekends. But we purchased some property in Keno Springs area in 1999.
Okay. Were you kind of sharing where you stayed between more than one property at one point?
Yes, we would spend the winters down here and we spent the summers in Montana.
Okay. And then ultimately you were totally down here?
Yes, we've sold a place in Montana in 16, and because it was a 3-day trip one way and 3-day trip back, and we were just not able to physically to do that at our age.
Okay. And the house that you're living in right now, you had it built, correct?
That's correct.
So you bought the property, but there was no dwellings on the property, is that right?
There was no dwellings or anything on the property.
And the first thing you had built was your barn?
The first thing they built was the barn, but I'm trying to decide. I think we had the well put in before we built the barn.
All right, so it's important to get water to the property.
That's correct.
Okay. But as far as living or the ability to live on anywhere on the property, were you living in the barn first?
Yes.
Were you living with your RV in the barn?
Correct.
Okay, so it's a good sized barn.
Oh, yes.
And then eventually you had your house built.
Yes, we started building it in 2008, moved in February of 2009.
And this is a single story dwelling, correct?
Correct.
And we saw some pictures earlier, right?
Yes.
And then once you had the house built, you quit living in an RV. Where is your RV? Do you still have it?
We have an RV that is parked up in the mountains of Arizona.
Okay. And now you're living in the home and you're still living in the home.
Well, yes, we're still living in the home. That's our primary residence.
Okay. You already discussed the animals, but over time you had different amounts of animals, some of which you were caring for other people, like their cows.
Yes.
And would you agree that it is important to keep your fencing together?
Yes.
And why?
Because the cattle get out, then they're on someone else's property. And out here, you always try to keep your cattle where it's supposed to be because everybody has problems with grass. And they have a certain amount of animals they can keep on their property, and if yours get out and get on there, that's not good.
So a neighbor would not take it kindly if your cows ate their grass,
That's
especially,
correct. Sorry.
let me finish, especially during times that it's more drought-like.
Correct.
And so that wouldn't be very neighborly, would it?
It would not be neighborly to allow them to get on their property.
And so would you say Alan took responsibility of checking his fence line regularly
Yes, he did.
and repairing it when there was no one else to repair it?
That's correct.
Did he assist other people to help him repair it?
We had someone helping until, let's see, I can't remember now, the 2 years we had the big drought down here in the summertime, and we had to, he had help before that when we had all the cattle there.
He got someone, possibly a young person, to assist with some of this hard labor?
I'm sorry?
Did he solicit younger people to help him with some of the hard work?
He did have, we did solicit some sweet young boys from the village, and they would come out and mow the grass and trim the weeds and things like that.
Now, before I forget, I just want to ask this before I go on with the story. Is Alan right-handed or left-handed?
Left-handed.
If he was to eat dinner with a fork, which hand would he use?
Left.
If he was to write something on a piece of paper, which hand would he use a pen with?
Left.
If he was to shoot a gun, would he hold it like a right-hander or left-hander?
Left-hander.
So he's very dominant left.
Yes.
Now, you have a couple sons, but they haven't lived here. They have their own families and careers, correct?
Correct.
So it's just been the two of you on this property.
Correct.
And obviously you're not getting any younger, correct?
Correct.
Now, Alan's use of weapons doesn't surprise you that he would have some around, correct?
I'm sorry.
The fact that Alan keeps weapons around, that doesn't surprise you, does it?
No.
Matter of fact, you testified about you having a handgun.
Yes,
correct?
I did.
Have you ever had to use it on your property for any reason?
I have.
For what reason?
Shot at coyotes that were trying to tree my cat.
Okay. Is it also a safe thing to have on you for rattlesnakes and other varmints that might be there?
Yes, when I used to walk out there alone with the dogs, I would wear it because I probably couldn't kill the snake, but I could make a lot of noise and hope he'd run away. And also we have a lot of javelina out there, and they can get very aggressive with the dogs and people.
So you just testified that you used to walk. Tell me about that. When did you used to walk?
Well, when we moved in the house in 2009, I would walk, and I'd just get up in the morning, take a walk with the dogs, and be gone for about an hour or so. And I enjoyed it very much.
Sorry to cut you off. Thank you. Would this be on your property?
Yes, it's all on our property.
How many acres do you own?
170-ish.
So you can go in all kinds of directions and walk an hour without a problem.
I could go in any direction I wanted to, and there was no problem except for the wildlife.
Okay. And why did you stop walking? Or did you?
I did stop walking.
How come?
I got frightened.
Okay. Frightened on your property?
People started coming on our property. I can't remember if it was December of 2020 or if it was early in 21. that there were people walking on our property dressed in military garb and carrying rifles.
Okay. Now, would you say that Alan tried to protect you a lot of, about what was going on the property?
Yes, he did.
But were you aware? Were you aware what was going on your property?
I was aware of some things. I'm sure he didn't tell me everything, but I would be aware if the Border Patrol came out there and said, we want to go down to the barn, we got spotted some folks down there, or other things like that, the incidents that happened, he would tell me, but I'm sure he didn't tell me everything that went on.
But you were aware?
But I was aware there was a lot going on. In so much that I would not go walk by myself anymore.
Did you see signs like campsites, clothing left behind, stuff like that?
Yes, they were down in I call it the wash, you probably call it the arroyo, but this, down there in the wash, when I would walk with or without Alan, you could walk down there and you could see where they had left clothing and garbage and water bottles. And some other things that I won't tell you.
Why?
Used condoms.
Okay. So all kinds of things were found?
Yes.
And they didn't have permission to be on your property?
No.
And clearly they had to come through some fence line or something to get on your property?
That is correct.
Have you ever are you aware of any signs on the property, no trespass, things like that?
Yes, there are no trespassing signs posted several places. I don't know all the places because I went with Alan and put out a few of them, but he put out a lot.
However, it's a large area and that's hard to cover every single strand, correct?
Correct.
But you did your best.
But we did. He did.
Thank you. So you quit taking walks. And so what are you doing? Just staying in the home unless you're with Alan outside?
Correct.
Now, let's start talking a little bit about your property. May I go to the easel? I'm gonna slant this a little bit. Are you able to see this?
I can see the top part.
Does this help a little bit?
Yes, that helps very much.
All right. As much as I would like this to be a little bit wider, I'm going to condense it to try to reflect everything in proportion. I'm going to draw at the bottom. Your house appears to be somewhat of a rectangle shaped house, is it?
It's more of an L shape.
L shape, okay? And if I was to draw the L, if this is your backyard, this is your patio, would the L go downward or stick up into this direction?
The L goes long in the front of the house and then deep on the right-hand side of the house.
Okay, but I'm in the back. Would it be straight across your backside?
You want to know how to draw it if you're looking at it from the back?
Yes.
Okay. Make the L backwards.
Would the L go down or up?
Just straight, go down and over on your bottom of where you want to draw the house.
Okay, so I'm trying to show just the back side. Okay,
so just the back side?
Yes.
Now, what are you calling the back side?
The patio will be back here.
Okay, the patio will be there. And then it's just a straight line.
Thank you. So a rectangle would be fair, correct? Because you can't see the L shape.
Correct.
So I'm just going to, let's find a good. I drew a rectangle at the very bottom of the easel, okay?
Okay.
Are you able to see it?
Yes.
Please, this is not Pictionary. I'll do my best. Okay. Now, again, this is east. Okay?
Correct.
So your patio's coming off of this. Are you on the same page as me?
Yes.
Okay. When I want to put a few things in placement, okay, just to have a perspective. So there is a place where you have a fence and different fences. Where do you park?
We park on the west side of the house.
Okay,
If you're looking at east, then we park on the west side.
would be in the front, under the board.
Under the rectangle, yes.
Okay. And where's the driveway? Does it come up from down below and come up a little bit?
Well, the driveway that we go into the garage comes straight off. You come down the gate and straight in. Now, that when we have visitors, we have a road in front of the house or a path that goes in and makes it a circle.
And would that be reflected? Would you be able to see that from looking this way?
It would be on the right side of your triangle.
Okay. So it would be fair to say here is where your parking might end for guests. And
Right.
down below that would be your garage and where you would park.
All right.
Okay. Now, do you have a pergola or some kind of balcony item that's out there that like protects you from the sun?
Yes, we have when you first come out of the patio door there, you walk and there's some pavers, and then you go up a couple steps and there's a concrete slab with a pergola over it, and that's where I have my outdoor tables and sitting chairs.
So you talked about two doors, right? On this
Correct.
side of the building. Now, there was a door in your master bedroom, right?
Correct.
And then you have another door that was off the hall, correct?
Correct.
All right, thicken the lines there to reflect the doors. And then I'm gonna put two little X's on this wall because they were your windows at the house, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you have a window on the side of the house too, don't you?
Yes, we do. We have a picture window facing the
And
driveway.
more doors,
So-
and another door.
and another door.
Okay. Now, do you have a fence line anywhere on this property?
Yes, we have fence lines.
Okay. You said you were terrible at measurements, but you've gone out there now and revisited that topic on measuring. But you have a fence line. What is it made out of?
I'm sorry,
What's the fence made out of?
barbed wire
Okay.
and post.
Does it come perpendicular to your house or parallel to your house?
Parallel.
So if I drew a fence line across, would that be about right?
Yes.
Is it your only fence line?
No.
Where's the other fence line?
Well, the fence line that's closest to you goes back towards, not right at the house, but it goes back behind the house that
Goes
way.
down?
Yes. And then there's also a fence from where that fence line ends. There's fencing down, say like up away from the pergola. No, on the right hand side. Yeah. you go there, there's a fence line right there down to the other fence line.
Cross.
No,
Come on, can I have the witness step down? Come on down. Let's quit playing with this. I'm gonna ask you to go ahead and help me with this drawing. So what I'd like for you to do is finish drawing this barbed wire fence that you would see from the back of your house.
goes down here.
Better, I think we probably need a microphone for the witness. There's one right here, too. Just turn it on.
Okay, I'll try to hold it for you while you're drawing.
Okay. The fence line runs down this way, and then it goes back around this way, over on the property the other way, way over.
Okay. So here's your first fence line. Here's your second fence line. And is there another fence in the immediate area?
No, not until we get to the edge of the property up here.
Okay. Now, is there a wash or something in the backyard as you look out from here?
Well, when you look out, you can't see it because it's
Is
down
there a
here.
wash up in there?
There is a wash. It would be probably down in here somewhere.
This is not proportioned, right? All right, if I made this area,
Basic locations.
if I made this area about this wide, would it be just as far to get to the wash? Or shorter distance? To get to the arroyo?
To the arroyo, it would be longer distance.
All right, let's revisit that line a little bit wider then.
I don't know how many lines you want me to draw.
Oh, that's
so-
good. Okay. So you had somewhere there was a ladder that assists someone to climb up and over the first fence line. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, let's take a black pen. And let's just draw like a little ladder. I know, is it true the ladder goes up and then you got to take this other ladder and climb down?
That's correct.
And that goes over a barbed wire fence.
That goes over the barbed wire fence.
All right, rather than trying to draw both sides, just put a ladder somewhere approximately in the house where it would be.
Right in here is where our pump house is, and the ladder is right in here.
Again, this is not quite proportioned. Okay,
General ideas.
okay. And so tell me, can you climb that ladder and get over that fence?
Yeah, I was just gonna tell you, I think the microphone was for the witness.
Okay, I've never been able to climb over that because I have two bad knees.
And at Alan's age, would it be difficult for him to climb over it now?
Now he does not climb over it either, because
Did he
it's
used
too difficult.
Did he used to?
When we first moved there in '09, yes.
Is it basically a shortcut to get from this side of the house to get into this pasture area?
That's correct, it's a shortcut.
And what is this area used for?
For our horse Sonny. He usually comes up here, there's a gate.
Let's go ahead and draw the gate.
There's a gate here, and here. And Sonny, we a lot of times leave that one open, especially at night, because Sonny comes up here, we feed him back here, and then at night he likes to go down to the arroyo where it's warmer in there, and he's got some trees and stuff. So Sonny would go this way and go down there.
So to get out of the second barbed wire fence, do you need to, unless you go under barbed wire, do you need to come out of the area and go through a gate to get back in the next area?
A gate.
In other words, can you cut through the barbed wire? Unless you go under it, right?
You have to go under it or over it.
Right, which is not safe with barbed wire, right?
Correct.
So if you were walking to get around, to get to this area, how would you do it?
If I was in here and
A little bit over so that you don't see. Just
Oh, I'm
back.
sorry.
You're good, you're good.
If I were here and I wanted to get over here, I would go down here and walk through this gate.
So you would go this way on the property, go
Correct.
through a gate, and then you could come back into this area.
That's correct.
Unless you climbed the barbed wire or went under it.
That's correct.
There's no gates in between.
No.
Okay. Now, did you have a chance later to locate where the deceased was?
I was shown where the deceased was later, yes.
Was there initially markings left for people to find it? Tags on trees or anything?
There may have been a piece of tape in the tree or a Coca-Cola can or something. It was not marked very well.
In direction of the house, again, not perfect. Where was the body found?
Okay, it was outside this fence and down in here.
Okay, now look at your patio, look at your doors and your windows.
Mm-hmm.
Is that about right?
Here.
Okay, so we're beyond the second fence,
Yes.
okay? And
Yes.
and we still have property down here and a road and everything else, right?
Correct, correct.
All right. Now, would you say you were standing in your house through your windows?
Yes.
Would you be able to see this location of this, where the body was later found?
No.
Why not?
Too many trees.
Okay, what else?
Also, the terrain goes, it goes, so from my patio goes like this, and then it goes down like that to the wash.
Okay, backwards this way?
Yes.
Okay. So would you say the elevation at this wash, and I'm gonna just put these lines across, call it a wash, okay?
Okay.
Would the elevation here be lower or higher than where the house is?
Lower.
Okay. Would the elevation here in the wash be lower than where the body was found?
Yes.
Okay. So there's literally a ditch there, right?
Yes.
And during the rainy seasons, water fills that area up?
I haven't seen it because I haven't been here and we had a drought. I was hoping to be able to see it, but yes, I've been told that there, it runs through there, and you can tell because it washes the sand out of the wash and over our concrete drive part where we put over the wash to get down to the barn.
Let's draw with your black pen the patio covering, the purple.
See, right here's a door. It would be in here.
Okay. And you have, you said like little pavement type stuff, bricks or something to reflect a patio in this area?
Yes.
And do you have chair or seating or benches or tables underneath there?
Underneath,
Pergola? Yes.
yes, I have two tables. One's seats 6 people over here with, you know, just regular patio furniture and chairs with cushions on them. And then over on this side, I have a beautiful concrete table with benches.
Okay. Is there also a large smoker out here or something that would be in the way?
Yes.
Is there a box item that could be found out there?
Now, but my line's too close. It would be right here before you get to that.
Adjust your board. I can hold that.
it's about right here. It's a big pit that we had, and it's got concrete sides around it. We've got a grill on it so we can grill, smoke pigs or turkeys. We smoked a turkey at Thanksgiving. It was very good.
If the ground is the bottom of it, could you use your hand and show about how high it is?
Yeah, it's about this high.
Waist
For me,
high.
yeah, for me.
Okay, your waist is appropriate. Now, this road that later you testified you were able to look out the window or something and see Alan walking towards the barn, where would that be on this? Okay, again, not to size.
No, well, and then it goes all the way down, crosses the wash, goes on over here and goes to the barn.
And would you agree there's different elevations there?
Yes, you go down in the wash, then you go uphill to this, then you go down to the barn.
That could account for why someone would be no longer visible?
Yes,
I mean, if you're here and it goes up and then down, could you lose a person
yes,
as far as eyesight?
yes, you could,
All right.
but
So
it's that deep.
It's not a flat, straight shot to the barn that you can see.
From my house, no, I cannot see the barn from my house.
Actually, it's too far to see.
It's too far.
And then the terrain keeps you from seeing.
Correct,
And the elevation keeps you from seeing.
correct.
But you saw him walking in that direction.
I saw them walking this way.
Okay. Now, you said you changed your measurements as to how far they were. What about in relationship to, I think we cut off, okay, no. In relationship to the first or second fencing or gates, where were they when you saw them? Looking out the window, picture where you are.
I'm right here. I looked through the pergola, right out here, and there were two guys right here, just inside that first fence.
Were they close to the fence?
Yes,
But definitely on the other side.
definitely in Sonny's pasture.
Okay. Now, and you would call this Sonny's pasture?
Well, I do. I don't know. That's just,
That's what you would call it. Okay. Is this Sonny's pasture out here?
yes, Sonny has roams all over the acreage. But when he's ready to be fed, he will come in here and go over here.
Okay. Now, did anybody of law enforcement ask you to show you where these people were? And I'm talking about the detective, did the officers at the scene, did the border patrol at the scene? Anybody ask you to point or show you where these people were?
No.
So you guessed.
So I guessed.
Based on the distance.
And as I said, I was measuring it by TV. They have the cameras and show the football field. It's about that. Yeah, that was about that wide. But an actual football field, I told you, I have not been on in 34 years.
So yards would have been inappropriate, feet would have been better.
Correct.
But you know for sure it was on the other side of the first fence.
Yes, because there are 3 metal posts right here, and they were walking right there behind him.
Okay. And which direction? Switch fence.
Okay.
See if I do it. Which direction? Put an arrow. Which direction were they heading? Start it. Let me do this.
There you go.
Okay. All right. Let me fix your arrow a little bit for you. Is that correct?
Yes.
So they are not heading east. They're definitely between the 2 fence lines.
Correct.
So they are heading south direction.
South, yes.
Right. Now to go towards the wash, that would be a little bit southeast.
Yes, yes. Oh, whoops,
Sure.
right over in here would be the southeast part.
And then west will be down.
Yes.
When you saw Alan, we're gonna go through the story here in a minute, but you definitely saw him on the road.
I did.
So whoever these people were heading in the southerly type direction
Correct,
and ultimately possibly southeast.
correct,
But when you saw them, they were parallel to the fence
correct.
and they continued for the moments that you saw.
For the few moments I saw them, yes.
Who saw them first?
Alan,
So when you had a chance to finally look out the window, you could only see two.
correct,
But then more people could have been ahead of them, correct?
correct,
Because he saw it first.
correct. So he saw, I don't know which person, but he saw one, and then when, me being curious, looked out and I saw these two right here.
And you later heard that he claimed there were about 5 people.
I heard that later, yes.
Right. But I mean, he didn't say, I saw 5 people.
He's,
He said he saw people be quiet,
yes,
right? And what was the warning? They have backpacks, they have guns. What was the warning?
the warning was he heard a shot.
Okay, but that wasn't immediately. That came
No.
moments later.
He just said, be quiet. And I guess he didn't want me to scream or anything and whatever, and alert that we knew they were there. And so when I looked out the window and I saw those two, I don't know how many were this way. I did not go to the other window and look.
Okay. All right, why don't you have a seat? I'm going to point back to the house and out here on your patio door. If you were standing out there and you have the deceased out here, let's see, where were we?
Well, we moved,
We
yeah,
moved the fence. Let's fix it. That's confusing. Again, not to scale.
correct,
And then somewhere out here is a deceased person. Correct? I've labeled it D for deceased.
all right, correct,
All right. Now, this is not in proportion, but you testified just a few minutes ago that from the house window, you would not be able to see this location.
that's correct.
If you stepped out on your patio right here, would you be able to see that person out there?
No,
If you put camouflage clothing in colors, like tans or light greens or whatever color they had on, would that make it even more difficult to see that person?
I would think so.
So in order to shoot that person, you would have to shoot due east when the persons that your husband was tracking was heading south, correct?
Correct.
No mention of someone out in the field at this time. You don't even know about this.
Don't know about them,
As
yes,
far as you know, he didn't know about it because how could you see it, right?
right.
Now, the reason for Alan saying be quiet, is that to not alert anybody?
Correct.
Okay, now you're in the house, and let's put up a photo first before we go there. Publish defendants KK, and I'll do it with the machine. Thank you. Okay, can you see that one?
Yes, I can.
This has already been admitted into evidence. This is, the person that's taken this photo, whoever it is standing on your patio to the right side. Would that be accurate? If the house is behind you?
I think they would be standing on the porch.
Okay, I think a porch and patio to me is the same. But I'm
Okay, well, the porch runs a long ways, and the patio just goes like this.
Okay. I didn't know there was a difference. Okay, that's fine. But they're standing right, the house would be immediately behind them.
Correct.
But they'd be a little bit off to the right. As you face the direction, your door would be a little bit to the left and behind you?
Correct.
Okay. And it is important that we communicate, so if it's confusing, I didn't ask it right, just let me know. Now, there's a lot of stuff out there, isn't there?
There is.
And it would be way back there, this location of the deceased, correct?
It would be way back.
But if I was to point to the screen, I'm going to put my pen out there, assuming you can look out the window, and I would be pointing to the right with my pen. That was the direction of what was alarming the both of you at this time, right?
Right.
Nothing out there, way out there.
No, we didn't know they were there.
And you didn't know.
I didn't.
Right. And so if you keep going to the right, eventually you would get to that road that allows you to eventually head east again, and then ultimately wind around through the different terrain up to your barn.
Correct.
And you can't even begin to see it out there, right?
No.
And there's no houses out that way, is there?
No.
Nothing close.
Nothing.
So any mishaps of shots, you would not expect anyone to have a rightful reason to be there, correct?
Correct.
Because this is your property you're looking at, right?
Correct.
What are we looking at on this photo? Same exhibit.
That's the close-up of the barbecue grill that we smoke on, and a bench seat on the other side of the barbecue.
Let me point to something on the screen. Can you see my hand okay? You see a post?
Yes, I see the post right over the left-hand part of the barbecue.
Is that the post that carries the barbed wire?
That is the post that carries the barbed wire.
Is that the first fencing that you would see or come across from the house?
Correct.
And so you're saying someone was just on the other side of that?
Correct.
Two people?
Two people that I saw.
Two guns?
Two guys and two guns.
Okay. And again, they're walking to the right?
Correct.
Parallel to the fence?
Correct.
Let me show you a side picture of it. I think you can figure this. Well, no, this is the rear. Let's, again, let me change that. Strike that. Here's the side. Can you see this photo?
Yes, I can.
Same exhibit. What are we looking at?
Well, this is the edge of the wall that I have around my front yard. I had Alan, when we built the house, put me a wall there so I could have some plants in there. And I didn't want to look out at weeds all the time. And then you see to the left where that concrete wall ends, then you're back over here with the smoker.
And I'm going to point to it. Tell me if this is still the smoker.
Yes.
Okay. And then if you go kind of like 2 o'clock on, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock on, you would be heading east through your field, correct?
You explained about the 2 o'clock.
If I go in this direction, because we're on an angle, right? Is that going out into the field?
If you go at an angle, you head toward the other fence, the second fence.
Okay. Now we can see the first fence in here still, right? We can see more posts going across.
I do,
Okay.
under the leaning tree branches and.
All right. You got a pretty big sized tree right out your back door. Isn't that true?
Correct.
Another obstacle in the way, correct?
Correct.
And another photo from the same grouping of evidence. Does this show the terrain looking out?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. Does this show the terrain, what the environment looks like looking out?
Correct.
And is this to the left still the smoker?
That's correct.
And you can clearly see the fencing here, even though the camera may be zoomed a little bit, but it's right there, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And these people are right on the other side of it, right?
Correct. The fence is right along the line where the grass is taller on one side and short on the other. The fence is right in that line.
Are you referencing this grass?
Yes.
Okay. And so if you were tracking these people to the right, this picture would be tracking with it, wouldn't it?
Correct.
This would be, if your house is behind you, out the back door, to the right, from the house behind you, this would be following the direction of the two people you saw.
Correct.
And just to finish up this grouping, right off your porch or patio, whatever you call it, there is a little area here,
Yes.
and you do planting in there?
Do what?
Do you do planting in there?
Yes, we had a huge prickly pear right there. You could see on the right-hand side near the bottom, there's some scrubby stuff with rocks.
What happened to that
The
prickly?
prickly pear was right near that, and it died. And so we
So you
dug
took
it
it
out
out.
and planted a rose bush.
Let me make one more illustration while I'm, let's see here, how can I do it? If I said this is the cutout right here, and the cutout is describing an area where you can look into the other room and out the windows, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a yes, right?
That's correct.
For the court reporter.
Sorry, ma'am.
Then there's a wall, and you have a refrigerator on here if you're in the kitchen.
Correct.
And then there's a bar right here, or, yeah, a bar, what would you call it?
I call it an island because you
An
walk around it.
The island. If I was in the middle of the two, would I be able to access both?
Correct.
So whether you said it was an island or you said it was the cutout, it would be an accurate story, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Because you're right here and you can reach both and work with both, correct?
Correct.
So you're eating lunch, you ate lunch, and he came in to eat lunch, is your testimony, correct? makes this nasty sandwich, right? that
Yes,
you
he
don't-
does.
Okay, let me finish my sentence. And you, after eating, allowing him to do that, you went into the living room, correct?
Correct. He said he didn't need any help making his sandwich, so I walked around into the living room.
Okay. Now, if the cutout was where I just illustrated, in front of the first two jurors there,
Correct.
and then the kitchen continues with a refrigerator and a wall, right?
Well, if that's the cutout, now, I have to get my bearings. If this is the cutout, are you gonna be standing in the kitchen?
Yes.
Or are you, and so you're gonna be standing in the kitchen looking into the living room?
Okay, let's make sure we're communicating.
That's correct, because I've got to figure out which location is where your refrigerator is,
I'm in the kitchen.
correct?
I'm looking out the cutout. I'm eating my sandwich.
Okay,
Okay. Can I look into the living room?
yes,
Can I look onto the TV?
yes,
Can I look outside the windows?
yes,
If I walked a little bit this way, the cutout stops.
correct.
And what do we have here?
The refrigerator,
Okay? And eventually the wall will end, correct?
correct.
What will be right here? Your dining room table? Your kitchen table?
Kitchen table would be over here.
That's the kitchen cutout over here.
Wait a minute. You say the refrigerator is where you are, then the dining room table, yes, would be right beyond that.
And your sinks will be over here, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, now are you acclimated?
And yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So here's your cutout. Then you got a full wall.
Correct,
And you got a refrigerator.
correct.
And your dining room table's out here to the right here.
Yes,
But you got a doorway right here.
yeah,
Right?
correct,
And you can go into this room through this doorway, right?
correct.
That would be the only way to get in, correct?
That's correct,
From this location of the kitchen.
correct.
Okay. And then we see, and we saw some photos earlier, a couple of chairs, a recliner chair and another chair, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now you go into the living room and you testified earlier that you're petting your cat.
Correct,
And she's on top of the bigger reclining chair, which was Alan's chair.
correct,
And she likes that little cushy spot.
correct.
And so you're paying attention to her. Is it a her or him?
It's a her.
Okay, you're paying attention to her, the cat. What's the cat's name?
Missy May.
Okay, Miss Missy is on this chair and you're petting it, and then that's when you get interrupted to be quiet.
Correct,
At that time, you know Alan's in the kitchen and you know that he's there by that cutout, right?
correct.
Okay. So, Alan, what direction does he come out of the kitchen?
Yes, after he told me to be quiet, he came out of the kitchen, past me where I was at the chair, and he said, I don't know what your question is.
Okay, but that's fine. That's where you get alerted.
Yes,
And he starts to react.
yes,
Okay. And then when you're informed to get the phone and call Jeremy, the Border Patrol agent. He's your liaison, isn't he?
correct,
He's the go-to person when there's issues.
correct,
And you know and aware that that's a regular thing to have to do is to contact Jeremy,
correct.
not the sheriff's,
No, it's Border Patrol's issue.
okay? And Border Patrol is your liaison and your contact.
Correct.
And they advise you? Is that true?
They did advise us in the past, yes,
Okay, so you knew you could count on their advisory opinions, right?
correct,
You report things that y'all see.
yes,
They report things that they see.
correct,
And so this is what you both knew to do.
correct.
And where did you get his number?
It was on the front of the refrigerator, so I had to walk from the living room at the chair where my cat was, around to face the refrigerator and dial the number.
Okay. Meanwhile, Alan's heading towards the little hallway and to the back door, correct?
Correct.
And you're trying to get him on the phone. Did you say, hello, Jeremy, hold on? Or did you just pass the phone upon hearing his voice?
I dialed the number, quickly walked toward where Alan was, and when Jeremy answered it, I just passed it to him. I don't remember saying anything to Jeremy.
Okay. And then Alan took it, and that's when you were able to hear a little more information about what he saw.
Yes.
Which included a shot. He heard a shot.
Correct.
Okay. And he's reporting it.
Yes, he is.
And he's acting very concerned.
Correct.
And you know when Alan's concerned, don't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I mean, he's a kind of a man's man, isn't he?
He's what?
He's kind of a man's man, doesn't
That's
like
correct. That's correct.
He doesn't like to show emotion.
No.
But you know.
He does. I know what his emotions are.
Okay. You lived there long enough with him.
Correct.
And when he's concerned, do you get concerned?
Oh, yes.
Okay. After he finishes the call, is it a quick call?
Very quick.
Okay. After he calls or speaks with Jeremy, and he does speak with him, right?
Correct.
You could hear your husband's voice telling him what's going on.
Correct.
And then he passes the phone to you, is that right?
Yes, he hands it back to me.
Okay. And he goes out the door after grabbing his rifle that's kind of leaning up against the wall.
Correct.
Is this gun, this rifle of his, which you know what it is, because he's told you, I'm assuming, can it be found at different places in the house depending on what door he comes in?
Correct.
Does he usually carry his rifle inside the house?
He does bring it inside and he'll hang it on the coat tree or put it somewhere because he doesn't carry it around in the house.
Okay. And so depending how he comes in and whether he'll be going back out makes the difference on where the gun might be?
Yes.
Okay. In other words, if he's in for the night, he may put it somewhere else.
Correct. He has a night spot.
Okay. And so when he goes out, at this point in time, I want you to really reflect. I want you to think back. What is going on emotionally with you right now? Tell me what you're really feeling at that moment.
When he walks out the door?
With the gun. You haven't heard
With the
nothing
gun.
yet. You heard Jeremy's call.
I heard Jeremy's call. Alan walked out the door and I'm closing the door, but I am absolutely terrified. Mainly these guys don't have permission to be on our property, but they're out there with these guns. And then Alan goes out to make noise.
Okay, let's slow down a little bit.
Okay.
As he's walking out, you now know there was a shot fired.
Correct.
Does that
He
heighten?
told Jeremy that.
Hold on, let me finish my sentences. I know it's hard. Does that heighten the situation? Does that elevate your concerns?
Correct.
Okay. So what was, oh, there's a guy there, or a couple guys, or whatever, now becomes a shot fired.
Correct.
So, and I don't want to skip the part, but you did, as you testified with the state, walk around a little bit closer to the left window from within the house and looked out, and that's when you did see the two gentlemen.
That's correct.
Is there any doubt about the fact that they were in camouflage versus green or brown?
There's no doubt.
Okay, so you just couldn't remember whether it was like an army green or a light green versus a brown or a tan, but you knew it was camouflage clothing.
Yes, you could see the camo
Okay, the pattern.
pattern, yes.
Okay, and you could see the backpacks,
I could see the backpacks.
and you saw what appeared to be rifles.
Correct.
And you just don't know what kind,
Just a rifle.
but you described it could have been like
It
an
could have
AK.
been. Mm-hmm.
But you don't know the differences.
I don't.
And that's what you were trying to tell her earlier in your testimony.
That's correct.
Okay. So you're doing your best to describe that to different people.
Correct.
but no doubt about the camouflage and the two men and the guns and the backpacks.
No doubt about that at all.
Okay. And you have been trying to tell everybody the same thing.
Correct.
But we got some different stories. Officers wrote different reports. Is it possible that they took what Alan might have said and put it where it was, saying that you said something?
Objection, Your Honor, closer speculation.
Any of the words that were described, like the number 5, you said you didn't say anything about 5. Have you heard that number 5 coming from Alan?
Your Honor, that's objection hearsay.
Well, we'll come back to this after our mid-afternoon break. It's now 12:03. Why don't we come back at 3:05? Take about 15 minutes. Make it 3 times. Make it 12. We're recess until 3 times.
We rise to court.
He's the talk of the town, that one.
He's what?
He's the talk of the town.
Well, we've all
Experienced. You're funny.
I'm formatting this card then, guys. Oh, from the morning? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go down there live. Were you with Wallace? Huh? Were you with? Wilson's here? Brandon Drake is yeah, let's chat with him for a minute. Why are you laughing? I mean, I'm glad to be back. Yeah. How long has he been back? That's the first time I saw him. Does he go out and shoot a lot? He's been on the basketball.
Hey, if I see Moss, I do the same thing. You earn that. It's so funny because like if I were and literally because I own my own company. If I own my own company and I have made it and I'm hiring people, I'm going to shoot what I want to shoot.
Yeah.
she would ask you. That's your choice. You could always say no, unless you work at a station and you're employed by them, then you don't get a choice. But
Which is the deal.
you still get a choice, right?
Last
You
year
could
I
quit.
covered the World Series.
But yeah, these guys all work at local.
I said, it's 45 minutes is a long time.
Yeah.
The 4 hours of driving 2 each way is worth it for that 45 minutes, no one around. Yeah, because when you go out of town and they put you in a, you can't get away from it. You're working your entire existence. Yes.
You have a second card, right?
I do.
This is almost done. I know you're in a rush. This is done in a couple seconds. I'll hand you the card. You can run out and your live drop it. As you need to.
Leaders chosen to try to but also stay on.
So you guys are looking at Brian. He's really good.
Yeah, well,
You gotta do the power button.
I wanted it to fly. Those are another place.
seated. The record will show the presence of all the jurors, all counsel, and the defendant. Ms. Goldthorpe, continue cross-examination. Why don't we, if we're going to continue to engage on the same line of questioning, let's just start it over again so we can do a little rewind on the question and the objection.
The confusion.
Thank you.
So there was, the state asked you questions in reference to what the different police officers wrote in the report. You remember all that?
I remember the questions about the police officers' reports, yes.
Okay, and she showed you reports to review and you denied saying some of that stuff, right?
Correct.
And I used the example number 5, meaning 5, whether or not there were 5 people, 5 guns, I don't know, it was used in different ways, but and you said you didn't say that, right?
I didn't say that to any police officers, no.
Yes. So my question is it possible that the 5 subjects that were running came from Alan's statements to the police?
Objection, foundation.
It's the same, like when, where, what conversation.
And Your Honor, same objection if they're going to attempt to elicit hearsay testimony regarding what Mr. Kelly may or may not have told her.
May I say something? Your Honor, this is not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's being offered to show and to address the impeachment that the state tried to use. It's not reflecting that she believes there were 5 people, but that the different things that were stated came possibly from Alan and confused it.
And Your Honor, that's simply not true, because what they're asking for is a statement that they believe that Alan made. So it is being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, and whether there was confusion based on a statement they believe was made.
Your Honor, that's for the jurors to decide those facts.
The objection to hearsay is overruled. The objection to foundation is sustained.
Thank you. Do you remember earlier that with Officer Monreal, that the prosecutor showed you the reports and wanted you to confirm or not confirm his report that said you saw 5 subjects?
I remember that.
Okay. And you denied that, right?
Correct.
But that number 5 has also been reflected with your with Alan's statement that there were 5 people.
Your Honor, objection, same objection.
I don't know what Alan told the police officers.
But did you personally hear that in his statements, talking to different people, that he saw 5 people?
Your Honor,
yes.
Objection, hearsay.
To that question, the objection is sustained.
And Your Honor, move to strike the witness answered prior to the court.
She said she didn't know.
That's not what she said just now.
On that evening of January 30th, you had a chance, you talked to some officers, right? You just don't know which ones.
Correct.
And did you also observe Alan talking to the officers along at the same time period?
Correct.
And did you ever hear from Alan that there were 5 people that were running in front of the house?
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'll move on. When you were in the house and Alan ran out, you testified earlier that you went back in the living room. Could you tell us about that? Where did you stand in the living room after he ran out the door?
Well, I was scared. I was terrified. I didn't know what was going to happen to him.
So where did you go?
So I hid in front of the TV so I could not see out either of the windows. I told myself it will be bad enough to find him shot. I'm not going to watch him explode.
Okay, so y'all have your photos there? Or did you give it back up? Just a minute, Your Honor. Permission to publish. This would be, states 123H. It's in evidence, Your Honor. Wanda, can you see this photo?
I can.
Does this photo help assist where you stood?
When Alan went outside,
Yes, ma'am.
yes, I was standing directly in front of that console table with the TV that's got the picture of the horse on it.
Okay. And would that be right here as my finger points to it?
Yes, but in the center.
Okay. So why there?
Because I could not see it. I could not see out either window, and I did not want to see what might happen.
And what is going through you right this moment that you're standing in front of the TV?
Praying, fearful.
Now, you know there's been a gunshot according to Ellen, what you heard. You saw two people with guns. And this is real right now, correct?
Correct.
And you are scared.
I am scared.
This was too close to the house.
It's too close to the house. And Alan's always been my protector, and so I was so afraid for him.
You were scared to look out the window.
Yes, ma'am, I did not want to look out the window.
And even after the shots that you did hear, however many they were, like you said, you weren't counting, right?
Correct.
Each one probably seemed like a possibility of death, correct?
Correct.
Then there was a pause. And the pause had to be a little bit of time, right?
Correct. I was afraid to look.
Because when you did look, he was now going down the road where you could see out the window heading to the barn.
Yes.
So there had to be some time period to elapse to get to that position.
Correct.
And you were fretting the whole time.
I was afraid and praying, and after the shooting stopped, I thought I should look out and see what's happened.
Okay,
And I waited.
and then the blessing was that you saw.
The blessing I saw was he was not lying there on the patio.
Okay. And although there's been whatever going on over the time period on this ranch, this was the closest thing that ever happened to you that you feared for his life?
Yes, closest to the house. Closest thing I knew about.
But he's your hero.
Yes, he is.
You felt like a victim.
Yes.
No one had permission to be there.
No one had permission to be there.
Nobody had permission to carry a rifle and shoot it on your property.
That's correct.
So you heard back from him that he was at the barn.
Correct.
And you believed that, or you were informed that, according to your testimony earlier, that he had no idea where these people ran off.
That's correct.
He's looking at that board as it was presented to the jurors. He's off to the left and down ways, right?
Correct.
Nowhere near the body that is later found.
Nowhere near the body that was later found.
Totally different directions.
Correct.
Police were called, and you weren't part of that, right?
No.
And they showed up, and you knew they were there.
Yes.
And at this point in time, after he found the body, you said he came in and told you?
Correct.
And then police showed up after that?
Correct.
And anything I'm saying is wrong, please let me know, okay?
I'm sorry?
Anything I'm saying incorrectly, let me know.
Okay.
You pretty much stayed in the house while law enforcement went out there and did their work, correct?
Correct. I was watching from the window.
Okay. Alan was out there for the most part with them.
He was.
He appeared to be cooperating.
Appeared to be. When I seen him from the window, I mean, couldn't hear anything.
Right, but he appears to be walking them to the location where the body was found.
Correct.
You lose sight of them when they're out there?
I beg your pardon?
You can't see them out there where the body is, correct?
Correct.
You haven't, and you didn't see the body then, right? At all?
No.
You never have?
No.
But they went in that direction out there east of your house, correct?
Correct.
Let me talk about the living arrangements in the home. First of all, you have a little bit of a shiner. What happened on that?
Last Friday, when you were having the opening testimonies, I was told I would not be called as a witness that day, so I went home. And I was in my bathroom and I fainted and hit my glasses right there on the side of the towel, at the towel rack when I went down. And I came to, I thought, looked around, thought, how did I get in this position, like where I was on the floor? Because that wasn't anywhere near where I mean, I guess I fell sideways because I hit it and then I went down like that because then I was just looking up at the ceiling when I woke up. And so I had to, had this huge black eye, put ice on it. And then it didn't seem to be getting any better, so I called my neighbor friend and she took me down to urgent care and then over to the emergency room.
Okay, and this is while Alan was at court.
Correct.
So you didn't disrupt what was going on here?
No.
And he didn't find out about it till after?
Correct. He said he was on his way home. He called me and said, I'm on my way home. I said, well, I'm not home. I'm in the emergency room. He said, what? No, I said, I was at health, urgent care at that time. And he said, what happened? I said, well, you'll see. And he came over there immediately and he walked in and he was like, what happened to your eye?
Okay. I just want to clarify that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm healing quickly, I think.
Yeah. You look a lot better, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. How long were law enforcement out there before they asked you to come out of your home?
Are you referring to the nighttime?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, I'm not looking at the clock, but I would say I was inside there watching them for about 30 minutes.
Okay. What happened when law enforcement came to you?
Well, it came up and knocked on the door. It was a man and a woman. And I thought, finally, someone's going to tell me what's going on. And so I opened the door and they said, get your coat. It's cold outside.
Okay. So did you get your coat?
Yes, it was hanging on the coat tree right by the door. I picked it up and put it on. I asked, do I need anything else? And the lady said, you might want to take your purse. So I left. I had not stepped out of the front door yet. So I went back to the bedroom to get my purse. And I got back over there, stepped out the door. You want me to finish this? I don't know how far you want me to go.
Where did you go?
I stepped outside the door. Alan hollered, turn on the porch light. So I reached back in the door wall, turned on the porch light. Then he said, the other one too. So I had to go back in the house to go around to the door, to the patio, to turn that light, porch light on. And the young lady followed me and took care of me while I was doing that. I don't know what she was doing. She accompanied me. That's the word I was looking for.
So after you turned the lights on, was an officer accompanying you?
When I went back in the house, she did. She followed me over.
Did you tell her it was okay to follow you?
No, she didn't ask.
Okay. And then what happens after you turn on the lights for everybody?
Then I turned around and went back out the front door, and she followed me out the front door. We closed it and we're walking down the sidewalk, and I thought, well, wonder what's going to happen now. And then hopefully they tell me what they're doing, actually. But she said, she just opened the car door and told me to get in.
Would that be the back door of the police car?
Correct.
Is that a door that you're allowed to get out of?
I don't know. They locked the door.
It's locked.
They locked the door.
Okay. So you were locked in a car?
Correct.
At this time, do you feel like you're under arrest? Were you free to go?
I was freaky. I didn't know what was going on.
I understand, but were you free to go?
Oh, no.
Okay. So you were in custodial care, feeling like you were under arrest?
Correct.
And you don't even know why?
No.
Because you didn't do anything?
No.
They didn't even ask you if you did anything?
No.
And you weren't given an option to come out of the car?
No.
And you were escorted to the police station or the sheriff's department?
Correct.
As you were sitting in the car, did you see your Alan walking by handcuffed?
Yes, I did.
Was he also appear to be under arrest?
Yes, in handcuffs, I would say he was under arrest.
Was he placed in a separate car?
He was placed in a different car from me, yes.
And that's only a half hour-ish. You didn't watch your watch since they came out and Alan had showed him the body.
That's correct.
How did you feel about what you were observing?
I felt left out. Like, why aren't they talking to you? Why aren't they explaining what they're doing, what the process is going to be? And then he just walks right by me in handcuffs, and they put him in another car. And then the young man that was driving the car that I was sitting in, when he came, I said, "Where's he going?" And he said, "They've taken him to jail." So.
How did that make you feel?
Hopeless. Like, I don't get it. Anyway, just hopeless.
Yeah. So you're a victim, and now you're being victimized even further. Is that
Correct.
how you feel?
Yes, I am.
Have you ever been in this position like this before?
No.
So you're going to the police station, and you're supposed to talk to some detectives about what's going on, knowing that what might be an unfair arrest of you and your husband, and you're supposed to cooperate. Is that how you feel?
Yes, that's how I felt.
Okay. Kind of a mixed emotion, I would guess. Is that true?
It is. I mean, I just wanted to go to sit down somewhere and cry, and they kept asking me these questions. And when I was growing up, a policeman asked you questions, you answered them, because he was there to help you.
Even so, the detective asked you questions by giving you false information that your husband confessed. How did that make you feel?
Shocked.
Because he
doesn't shoot at people.
Okay. And your knowledge now is there's never been a confession, correct?
Correct.
So they were trying to trick you.
I guess so.
How did that make you feel?
Well, when I found out later that he had not confessed, then, of course, I felt
mistreated would be a good word?
Mistreated, lied to, trickery, whatever. It was just, that night was the most horrible thing I've ever been through.
Were you ultimately released?
Yes. They set me in the police station, and then eventually they took me home.
And about what time do you think that was?
Approximately when they took me home was maybe 2 o'clock in the morning.
So you've been at the police station for hours?
Correct.
Didn't you try to ask the detective whether or not you had to answer the questions he was asking you?
Yes, I asked him, and he was asking, like, does Alan have an AK-47? And I just said, do I have to answer all these questions? I don't understand what the rules are. And he said, you got something to hide? I said, no. So then I answered the question, did Alan own an AK-47?
Did they ever tell you you were free to go?
No.
Did they ever give you your rights?
I do not remember them reading me my rights, no.
I have a right to remain silent, anything you say, and all that. You never remember hearing
They
that?
never told me that.
But yet you couldn't go?
No, I felt I could not go. I was in their custody. I couldn't leave.
So you went home by yourself. You were taken home by yourself.
I was taken home with the police car that I think it's the same police car they all look alike to me, but the one that I went down there in, then they drove me in that one back out to the house. And they told me to sit in the car because they had the search warrant, and they showed me, and they went inside.
So you had to sit in the car for a while they still were conducting searches of your home?
Correct.
Did anyone ask you to locate the rifle that Alan had in the home?
Yes. Anza asked me, where did Alan usually keep his rifle? I told him, most often I remembered seeing it on the coat rack by the front door.
But would you have been willing to show them the rifle if they had just asked you?
I didn't know where the rifle was.
Okay, but you could have looked for it, right?
I could have looked for it, yes, if they had asked me to help.
Okay, and you would have?
I would have helped them.
Okay. You were trying to cooperate.
I was.
But then they want, at a later date, the prosecutor at a whole different date wants you to give her your passcode, right?
Correct.
Did she show you a warrant?
No.
Do you feel you have some privacy rights?
Yes.
So, are you at a point now where you realize that the state has become kind of your enemy?
Kind of. Yes.
Maybe on that date of the arrest, would you have given them the phone?
If they asked for it.
But later, when the prosecutor asked you months later, whatever date it was,
yeah,
you said no, you weren't going to give it to her, correct?
The password, you mean?
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't, because like I said earlier, I don't think I remember the password on that. That was a brand new phone. I'd had it about a month or two, and then it was gone, and I had to go get another phone. So I don't know what the password was on that phone.
You had a different phone now?
Yes.
So they wanted your old phone?
They kept, well, it's my new old phone.
Oh.
They kept it. They kept it.
They kept evidence of your stuff without anything for a search warrant or anything, right?
No search warrant, no receipt.
And when they let you go, they didn't let you have all your property back? Like your
When
phone?
they took me home that night, no.
Did they explain themselves?
No.
So you lost your phone and had to get a new phone.
Correct.
And now you had to come up with another password.
Correct.
Oh. So you couldn't remember the old one?
I don't.
Okay. But you do understand that you also have rights and privacy rights, right? Do you understand that as a citizen that you're afforded privacy rights?
Privacy rights, I suppose I understand it to a point.
That it takes a search warrant to search your home.
Yes,
Unless,
he told me that, and he got the search warrant, showed it to me.
right. Unless you gave permission.
No, I didn't give him permission.
But they didn't ask.
No, they just said they were getting a search warrant.
But had they asked and you said yes, they could have searched. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Just a minute, Your Honor. Reviewing some notes. Whichever one. We're gonna publish something just for the witness and the court. Could you look at your screen? On the bottom of the paragraph, the bottom paragraph of the upper page.
At the upper page. Upper page, yes.
Okay, and I want you just to review it. This is Deputy Castaneda. Now, in reference to the shots, according to this officer, Officer Castaneda, Deputy Castaneda, is it true that he reports that you said that you heard shots outside? You see that part in the last sentence of that top paragraph? The upper page.
Oh, upper page.
Page, which would be 2. If you look below, it's 3 or 4, so page 2. Last paragraph, almost towards the last line.
Yes.
Okay.
I see it.
All right. And that would be a true statement, though, right?
Correct.
You did hear shots.
I did hear shots.
Now, just bring some clarity to that for a second before I move forward. You have no idea at the moment of the shots who's shooting, correct?
Correct.
A lot of testimony came earlier, but there's a lot of I already know or presumptions, but at this moment of these shots, you are hiding in front of that TV, right?
Correct.
So you don't know if someone else is shooting at your husband or if he's shooting or both, right?
I do not know.
Okay. Kind of hard to testify to who did what and whether your husband shot if you don't know, correct?
Correct.
But you know now.
I know now what?
Who shot?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you learned that he was shooting in the air.
Correct.
Towards the first grouping.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Towards the first group of men that ran by the house.
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to reference now another report I want you to review. And this would be Sergeant Garcia, Deputy Garcia. I want you to look at the upper page, and I want you to go to, there's 3 paragraphs from the bottom. So the second paragraph from the top, starting there towards the bottom goes, so read that the bulkier paragraph to yourself.
Okay.
Okay, so in referencing the third paragraph above, you had a chance to review it?
Yes.
Okay. And is it true that
Your Honor, I'm going to object in advance because I believe I know where we're going with this, and the court's already ruled on it, having read the.
You can go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so you had a chance to read this paragraph so I can ask you a question about it. Isn't it true that in this documentation that this officer believes that you said you never heard gunshots? Did you read that part?
I did read that part.
Is that a true statement?
No.
So we got one officer saying you did say it, one officer saying you did say it. Which one was it?
I did not say I didn't hear shots.
So you did hear it. So at least one officer is wrong on what you've said, correct?
Correct. Unless they're talking about the first shot.
Now, I'm asking just what you're reading. Don't read into it any further.
Okay. From what I read, it said, did I hear any shots? And I said no.
Okay.
But that was wrong. I heard shots while I was standing there hidden, frozen by the TV.
And the other officer was correct, but this one documented incorrectly.
Correct.
There was some talk about whether Alan came in immediately and checked on you. I mean, he was out there where the issues were going on, right?
Correct. He was out there.
And if he felt immediate threat, call for him to check on you, do you believe he would have been there?
Yes. Yes, he would have been in there if he thought I needed to be checked on.
Let's talk about your dogs a little bit. At that time, you had two black labs, correct?
Correct.
And tell me about their nature. I mean, labs are hunting dogs, right?
Yes.
You've raised labs quite a bit, right?
We have.
Okay. And those two dogs, is it fair to say, is very inquisitive? Meaning, when you take a walk, are they smelling around, checking the environment as you walk with them?
Yes, they did not stay with me. They would circle back and make sure I was coming their way. But they were always out searching, smelling.
Okay. And so it doesn't surprise you that they, later in the evening, discovered this body?
No, it does not surprise me.
It's part of their skill set, correct?
Correct.
All right, I think we're gonna adjourn for the evening. A long day. So, like I told you, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna adjourn today at 4 o'clock. We will recommence tomorrow morning at 8:30 with this witness. Any questions? All right, we're adjourned for the evening. We'll see you all tomorrow morning at 8:30.
We drive at the